Greetings, mortals, and welcome to a mukbang in the dark.
Ignore the stream title. All we're doing is eating fried chicken for the rest of the stream. That's the whole stream. Not actually true. That's just mean to say cure insanity right now. It's rude. That's rude. Uncalled for. Feels like a personal attack. Feels like ableism. Actually, though. Actually, a little bit, though. I've actually been rereading Terry Pratchett, and one thing that I do find, that on, rereading in 2024, I would say that the things that hold up the worst is that a lot of, the bad guys are just, kind of crazy, and that's, their justification for existence is that they're just kind of nuts. And by kind of nuts, I mean completely nuts. So, and I'm not familiar enough with the particular tropes to know if there's, specific mental illnesses being targeted by this. I would imagine yes, because I think that I think that one of the villains is, has, OCD tropes attached. But, but it is unfortunate. That is the case. Anyway, today we might be able to cure insanity. We might be able to. I haven't shared the stream over in the other place. I was actually just eating, chilling, going it'll probably take a few minutes for people to show up. And then it took however long it took. I didn't have the thing open, and then I look at chat, and I'm like, oh shit, there's a bunch of people here already talking. I need to close this YouTube video and get to work. I need to get to work. Because I'm just going to be sitting here at the computer. Because sometimes I'll set it up, and then I'll walk away from the computer to go do a couple of quick things for a couple minutes. And sometimes I'm just kind of sitting here, idly killing time a bit. While I'm okay, maybe I'll, update this, I'll do this. But I'm kind of doing it in an inefficient and slow way. But typically if I see people actually in chat already, or if I just see the number start going up, I go, oh shit, I need to start. I need to actually start. Let's see. I'm starting late enough that I shouldn't bother trying to come up with an alternate title for the thing. Oh, good. That being said, by the way, Terry Pratchett, Discworld still holds up. It's still really good. It's just that it doesn't hold up. As well in the one particular way. Okay, so we're basically just finishing up GOGs here, I think. We have a couple of boss GOGs that we need to deal with. Or at least, we have at least one. I'm assuming that we have at least two boss GOGs to deal with, so I'm gonna stand by my a couple statement. You're not...
What is it?
You have poison. So it is randomized even with another creature type. I was wondering if there would be it would be a toggle situation where it's a given creature type is randomed to a type, a specific type of status effect. It seems like there's got to be limits to what they can get though, because the instant death procs seem to be relegated specifically to higher level enemies, and I've already the information that I've had so far has mostly agreed with the interpretation that a given enemy type will have sometimes the status effect, but other times will not, but it will be the same status effect. I've had the same status effect applied by enemies of the same creature type, multiple times during this run. So that's the first time that I've actually seen, like, oh yes, clearly there is a separate status effect that's being applied by a creature of the same type. Because we know that the other one that was exploding had death, and that one had poison 3. We did give our staff back. That's a good question. You know, it's also funny because I named the thing Monk Mastery. I named it Masticating Mastery. That's actually what I named it. Which might be a good stream title if I ever make a 5 dragon type. Are you a Swift? You are Swift. It's a Swifty. So their fireball hits for about 600. That's not too bad, considering that's Olrin. But I actually don't know if Olrin is one of the less vulnerable to... I'm just going to try to dive this. I'm not going to try to pull it to a specific location, I think. Unfortunately, you know what? We're not going to be able to dive it. I might be able to dive it here, but that won't help me any because there's way too many enemies on me now. I might need to actually just go to the cave now. I've aggroed these, and these are actually faster than I can trivially handle, I think. I burned down the mid-tier one, which is the one that I have like the most threat of things going really bad, but Sortira is now very low. I'm gonna pop in here, I think. Let's go to the back. And we're gonna see if we can make this work. We've at least got the Swift one behind this now. We're gonna basically get into the cave opening now, and the hope is that with them behind the cave for the most part, they will move into positions where I can fight them comfortably. We'll see if that happens. At the moment, we have some of them able to hit us, but not all. But it's too many that are hitting us right now, so... as soon as I pulled too many there, because... Oh, wait, I have fly. I should have just disengaged. I completely forgot I have the fly spell. Yeah, I could have disengaged from these. Alright. We're going to not approach the boss, because as a Swift boss, it's going to be difficult to comfortably pull and then be able to fight. I think we can probably just kind of brute force it down once we've got the thinger. We just need to split these a little bit, I think. I don't think we need a huge split, because I think there's only the one mid-tier. There's no top tiers in this pack. So, if we burn down the Ember Og, we'll have that done. Ember Og. It's the Danny Og's sister. Ember Og. Let's see. Okay, so we're gonna clear this pack. This should just be a couple of babies, right? Let's see here. And take these out. I wonder what Gogs even are. Like within the fantasy of the setting. It's kind of interesting, actually, to think that, like, in the Might and Magic series, there's an interesting element to it where I feel like the majority of the actual plot and, like, background information about the setting and, like, explanation of who is who and what is what, I feel like all of that information is pretty much in the strategy games, And the actual, like, RPGs have very little world building on their own. Excuse me. Though I could be wrong. It's entirely possible that things like, what the heck is a Minotaur, are not explained there either. It's also possible that a lot of the world building is actually locked in the first 5 games, now that I think about it. Because, like, all this stuff with, like, this... I think the silence is a major plot point in the first 5. Like, the first 5, I think, lean more heavily onto the sci-fi elements, whereas I feel like the others... I mean, that fully makes sense. That I did not think that they were like a real fantasy creature, though. Or is that real? I mean like a real creature from folklore, right? Like where there's like a history to them beyond this game. When I say like I'm curious what they are, what I mean is like a Minotaur. There's one Minotaur, right? And it's the result of like a rape, I think, like Zeus raping a bull or something. I don't remember. Or raping as a bull. I don't know. It's a problem. Video demonetized, as if I was going to get monetized in the first place. I lost partner status on YouTube, thanks to one of the Paul brothers. I don't remember which one. But but in the context of like my magic, I actually don't know what Minotaurs are. Like, is there just like natural like species diversity on this planet? Are they part of the colonizing empire? Right? Like, when this planet was colonized, there's kind of like an implication that the colonizers are all humans. But like but I don't like have clear information on that. So it's like, are they part of the initial colonizing force, or are they people from this planet? In which is also like, that's a very interesting component. I'm also like, it's really wild to me, like the idea of like how far out must the silence be for people to have like reverted to completely mystical thinking, but also could it even happen? Like, what would have to happen? Like, structurally speaking, like imagining that you have like a spacefaring empire. What would have to happen to your spacefaring empire in order to have getting back to feudalism isn't that complicated, right? Getting to a feudal state, but you'd have this feudal state where all of the rulers have like laser pistols, right? Like they'd all have guns. So like, how did the laser guns, like how did the replicators and shit like that they have get locked in the Tomb of Varn? Right? Like, what weird shit happened to make that occur? And I think the answer is that the Might and Magic people were watching the History Channel while high one day and said, "The pyramids are spaceships." And that's the answer, right? But just because that's the answer, like, on like a technical perspective, doesn't mean that you can't come up with another answer, either, you know, for your own headcanon or for the actual which, you know, the actual canon is just the headcanon of the people who made it. And I'm curious. Do you know that the History Channel, there was a point where they actually occasionally talked about history? I'm old enough to remember when the History Channel was obsessed with World War II. And I think they made a second channel where they shifted all their World War II content to the second channel and removed it from the first channel. And I think that's the point where the History Channel stopped talking about history at all. Where it just was like black hole conspiracism and like the pyramids or spaceships shit, which has no actual historical basis. Like, it's not like they're talking about actual things on the History Channel that happened or actual cool shit about the pyramids. They're just like, ooh, how did they make the pyramids? How would it have been possible for them to move rocks from point A to point B? And it's like, well, we invented this thing called the wheel. And we invented this thing called slavery. My history teacher in high school would take offense to me suggesting the Egyptians were using slaves, but I think the Egyptians were using slaves. I'm pretty sure they were using slaves. They didn't have chattel slavery, which is a different thing, which is a modern invention. Chattel slavery, I believe, is a modern invention. I don't think it existed prior to the Triangle Trade. Well, it might have existed prior to the Triangle, but I mean, the Triangle Trade is the time period of chattel slavery. And before that, you had slavery of different types. Actually, even during that time period, you had slavery of different types, right? Like, a lot of... For, I think, quite a while, there were a lot of European slaves, but the word meant something different at the time in the Americas. So you could basically get into a slavery contract that lasted like 15 years, where you were a slave for 15 years and then you were released and given money. There were like a couple of different types of contracts you could get into the Americas. One of them was slavery, one of them was indentured servitude. The indentured servitude was like longer term, but less restrictive. And then the slavery one was like not, again, it was, you were a slave, but not in the modern chattel slavery context. You were just like more Roman Empire, Egyptians, etc. kind of slavery. And then eventually they said, oh, well, we can... I don't remember this nearly well enough to just be confidently spouting this stuff, so just bear in mind that I did some research into the early American history and stuff like that a long time ago. I think maybe as research for something. I think I was basically just doing research for the sake of doing research, because it's an interesting topic, but... Replicator was left on the Lincoln, but didn't the Lincoln... The Lincoln is a modern thing, though, right? But the Lincoln just crashed. I'm talking about the spaceship in Varn. Right? Like, Varn is built on top of a spaceship. So, like, how did that spaceship, how did all the technology that the colonists brought with them disappear, right?
Ow.
Is it ever explained why the ship's robots went berserk, by the way? Like, is there someone who sabotaged the ship? Like, was it one of the two factions that sabotaged the ship? Like, what the fuck happened? Because there's like a big bad evil guy in the first. Yeah, I'm just thinking about like I'm presuming that there would have been something like all of the technology on the Lincoln would presumably have also been in the initial settlement, right? Like, did they have some weird thing where when they arrived and colonized a world, they just kind of like pretended to be locals? Is that what it was? Is that it was just like they had like this? That's gotta be it, right? It's like it's some Star Trek shit. Only they're actually like joining the local population and kind of conquering them. Right? Like, they're joining the local population and conquering them, but then, like, hiding the fact that they're aliens from everybody. I'm very... I'm thinking about the whole, like, all the humans presumably are, like, from the colonists, right? It would be very weird if there were humans that colonized the planet from space, but also there was an actual native human population. Like, that seems kind of crazy. I mean, it's possible, because before they invented spacefaring technology, teleportation magic is a thing that exists in this setting. Like, it's possible that at some point, like, wizards had the ability to, like, basically accidentally teleport their city to a different planet. You know what I mean? Like, oops, we accidentally warped our entire planet to a different planet. Seems like the kind of oopsie that you could anticipate happening. So I guess it's not unreasonable to think there might be native local humans before the spaceships arrive. Considering it doesn't exactly take a huge amount of time for us to learn the teleportation magic, right? So, like, learning a shitty form of teleportation magic that does not get you consistent results, that's got to be like an early magical theory kind of thing, right? Where it's like, oh, well, we just end up, ooh, you know, I'm working with space-time with my magic. There's going to be interesting results of this research, and then you just go to that guy's tower that doesn't exist anymore, and it's like, oh, why is there a crater where this guy's tower used to be? Huh, I wonder where he and all of his servants went. And the answer is some random planet. But I also don't know, like, in the first games, are there? But the thing that I don't know is whether the non-humans in the setting were also part of that, like, Imperial Corps, or whether they weren't, which I think is an important consideration. Like, presumably, they would have to be, at the very least, moving around. I don't actually know how I'm going to do this. I don't have enough mana to spam fly, and I don't have the like, physical power to brute force these on these islands, and I don't have vampire spells yet. I mean, jump is a possibility, except for the fact that I don't have mana on the person to cast jump. Like, if I cast fly to get over there, then I don't have enough mana to cast jump at all. If I try to jump over there, I'm going to use all of my SP on jump and still die. So I can try, like, this island specific. Oh, never mind. I thought it cost 20. It cost 25. Easy. This island specifically is going to be a problem. I also need to check. It's excuse me. Sorry about that. I'm going to save this twice. I'm going to jump in here.
Tis but a scratch.
Okay. So that kills us damn near instantly, but I'm not continuing to take damage out of it after I get out of it. So a jump strategy wouldn't even work because the fire does too much damage. Let's see. What do I want to do about this? I can't go through the tunnel. I have fly. So the previous time that I came here, I made an exception for these islands because I just couldn't get there. I didn't have the means to get there. So I didn't feel too bad about skipping those islands because, like, well, I can't get there. I'm not going to worry about it. But in this case, I can't fly with 0 mana. Do I have mana drain? Is there SP drain for this? Like, I feel like I could probably... These islands feel at least semi-reasonable, because I feel like I can lure the enemies to positions that are reasonable. I might not be able to do these two islands, because they have bosses on them, and I think that those two islands just might not be realistic. We're going to basically just lure everything that we can over here, if possible. And then once things are lured to this side, is this tall enough? Oh, this isn't tall enough. That's not even close to tall enough. If everything aggroes when I go over there, we're going to need to do something different. So that the desert next to, presumably like the crater next to Blackshire, because you can think of that as an impact crater actually, or the explosion crater, because you have like the mountain range that is just sitting there, and then on the other side it's just pure desert and death and a bunch of water. So if there's a crater there, water would fill in the crater, right, up to the beach, but everything's getting blasted off. And if there was radiation damage, there would be nothing that lived there. So the whole of Dragon Sand is interesting. But like, where did, like, if there were people, presumably they brought their, cell phones with them, right? Wherever the people were, they would bring their cell phones, right? Or was it literally just like, oh yeah, we don't, we are hiding the fact that we have technology and only this, like, one city is allowed to use any tech, and if you go outside of this one city, you have to leave your phone behind? Because I could see that. Again, like, we're talking about, like, like a weird imperial power.
Tis but a scratch.
I could easily see, like, if you've ever seen, like, the weird shit that the whatchamacallits, libertarians. If you look at the weird shit that, like, libertarian billionaires do, the weird libertarian billionaire shit actually maps really well onto this history. Where it's like, okay, well,
Have no fear.
damn. I think this part is feasible. Let's finish up this island. And once we finish up this island, then we can continue. But, like, if you look at the weird shit that, like, libertarians get up to, which, to be fair, is, like, a lot of the shit that libertarians get up to, like, colonial powers were getting up to way before libertarian thought was a thing, right? Like, it's pretty standard colonial shit, right? But, like, the idea that they were like, okay, nobody's allowed to bring any technology to a place where the locals could see it. And we'll have our little, like, tech utopia in the middle of this empire, and then we inevitably get into a fight over who's supposed to run the empire, and nobody outside of the place that blows up ever realizes that there was some tech empire there. I don't know, man. That does actually sound, like, very realistic to me. The part. You know, the funny thing is, so like the quote that you have there refers to the wrath of heaven, right? So that's presumably written from the perspective of survivors who didn't know what they were talking about because like they didn't know that it was ancient technology, right? Here's my question. Do you think maybe the entire Civil War was just made up? Because like if we start with the presumption that we're looking at like some like tech billionaire empire that they've created in some like third world, literally, like not a third world country, just a third world, period. If we make that presumption, then interestingly enough, you don't actually need an explanation for how the whole thing blew up because you know what happens when libertarian tech bros decide they want to do a thing.
We don't need this.
Right? It blows up. So it's entirely possible that they just didn't bother to bring any engineers along to actually run their nuclear reactor, and the nuclear reactor blew up because they didn't have anybody who was maintaining it. And it just took out the entire city, and there was no, like, instigating event. No one knew it was going to happen. It just kind of happened. Because, like, if you've got a war, right, people are going to start smuggling shit out of the war zone, right? But if you don't have any instigating event at all, there's no reason to believe that if everybody involved thinks that everything's going fine, then the whole thing just explodes. And the only people who integrate with the local population are people who are, like, sort of, like, ideologically opposed to the idea of this weirdo imperial power. If you've got... And then the whole thing blows up because of the technology. Like, if you're a parent and you have a kid who doesn't know that this crazy spacefaring technology exists, and you know that your society that you came from literally just exploded for some unknown reason, apparently out of nowhere, are you going to tell them that this technology that just randomly exploded even exists? Like, are you going to bother even sharing that information, which will potentially get them to go track down the technology that blew up the city? Like, would you tell them? Because I feel like I wouldn't tell my kid if I didn't know why the entire civilization that I just came from exploded. So, I don't know. I feel like we've got a pretty coherent
My pack's full.
sequence of events here. I buy it. I think this is a very reasonable interpretation. I think that's what happened. So, because it, like, if you try to interpret the setting through the vein of like state-sponsored imperialism, right? Whether you're talking about, like, you know, British Empire, whether you're talking about Roman Empire, whatever empire you're referring to, right? It's kind of hard to imagine, like, all the tech just disappearing. But if you think of it from the context not of, like, state-sponsored, but instead, like, private interests, like, just you have a person who has so much money that they can afford to build their empire somewhere. It's like, okay, just build a teleporter to a random planet and then conquer the planet. Like, that's a thing that appeals to a lot of the people in the world right now, right? Like, just taking over some random country and ruling it is kind of something that people seem to enjoy doing. And I don't know, this feels very much, I you know what? I feel like I understand what happened. in terms of what the Krigan are and how they infiltrated the network, given our newfound knowledge, I don't think the Krigan are aliens. I think that Krigan might be, or if they are aliens, then, like, they were probably, like, enslaved or something. But my guess is that the Krigan were probably just built in a lab somewhere.
Ow!
Krigan were just built in a lab, like, as a weapon, and then, you know, it turns out that when you build a sapient weapon whose entire purpose is destruction and killing things, that's what they do. You know? Because the Krigan don't really behave like people, really, right? Like, they don't seem to have any particular interest. They kind of just seem to want to break shit, which isn't very... It's not a very people thing. Like, people wanting to take over the world is something that's very common. But, like, a person wanting to destroy the world is not... That's not, like, an unusual thing. But, like, an entire species being dedicated to destroying the world, that's weird. That, to me, feels like bioweapon. So the Krigan were presumably a bioweapon created at some point by somebody. Presumably in the Imperial, you know, power, right? It turns out that's the entire reason that they did this, that the entire Empire exists. The entire, like, Empire, the whole area that was part of the Silence or whatever, the reason it exists is because the Libcuck government didn't want us to do our Krigan research to develop the ultimate bioweapon. Well, we'll show them. I like this interpretation. Okay. I'm locked in now. I know what happened. I understand it. This is all comprehensible. It's all coming up. It all works. So I think we might be able to do this one. This one we might be able to do. This is obviously not an enemy that we can fight alongside all those others. What I'm hoping for is that I can actually get it on the other side of the obelisk. And if it's on the other side of this obelisk, and I can hit it from there, I might be able to burn it down. Okay, unfortunately I got a different one on the other side of the obelisk, but that's okay. Ooh! Oh, nice! We're hitting these from the other side of the obelisk, and they can't even fight back. They can't even explode from some of these angles. Some of these angles are too good for them to even explode! Look at this. Beautiful. Beautiful. The best Might and Magic player of all time. I don't think that's probably true. There was a time where I thought that I was probably one of the most knowledgeable like, Might and Magic players in the world. Might and Magic has gotten a lot more popular. I don't think it's true anymore. If it ever was. If it ever was true. There's way too many people in my chat who clearly remember more about the game series than me.
This is true.
There's way too many. Way too many people who clearly... Okay. We've managed to clear the majority of this. We have one fly left. And we have an island that I have no idea how we're going to handle this island. Right? Like, what would we even do to this island? Like, it's tempting to try to do hit-and-run tactics, but I literally can't, right? I can't do a hit-and-run tactic on an island that I can't leave. So, if I had mana regen, if I, as an example, cured insanity, then actually, give me a second. I was thinking that I was going to finish this while I was live, but I'm not hungry enough to finish this. So give me a second. I'm going to put this in a bowl and put it in the fridge. Because if I leave it out for any longer, I'm not going to be able to eat it later. So, let's see what do we need to do here. I was actually pretty ready to just go. You know what? There's 2 islands that I don't think are even going to be feasible to do. Like, maybe I just give up on finishing all of the islands here and say that this isn't feasible until I cure my insanity. But I'm not gonna lie, we got enough progress here that now that there's only 1 island left, it changes the math a bit. It changes the... I can't get to here. It's tempting to think I can get to here, but there's no shot that I'm getting to here. We have 3 top tiers that we need to deal with. The top tiers all have Fireball. And the top tiers are all going to do maybe 20% of my max HP with their initial attacks. So I do have protection from fire active, right? Yes. So... fairly sure that I have shield active, right? I do have shield active. Let's dive in here and see what happens. My guess is I'm going to die almost instantly. Okay, I'm going to get burned to death because there's a puller, and it pulled me into the ocean. That's not optimal. So, if I had the ability... I got this to about half, but obviously that doesn't matter because I got it to half, but was way too low to have a shot there. If I could get 1 Magog cleared... No, Magog, Fire God. If I could get 1 Fire God cleared, which I think is actually reasonable. I think that's a reasonable task. So, if I could do that... I wish I had enough mana to cast Telekinesis. You can't cast Telekinesis, can you? You don't have Telekinesis, no. I think it's faster. If I had Telekinesis... No, I don't think the door to the inn is close enough. I don't know what happens if you click on, like, a door from... I haven't been pulled yet. Okay, there we go. This is not a very tall midsection here. Yeah, I think that burning through one of the fire gogs is reasonable, but I don't actually even really need to be honest. Like, if I could just come in and do some damage, that one has actually got stone as its status effect. I'm going to... I think I know what how I'm going to handle this. Actually, we are going to finish this before we go to a new location. But before I do anything else, just checking. Just checking. I don't even have those. I guess I have the one legendary, but no. I have a strategy for how to handle this that I think will make more sense within the context of the rule set. Do we use this barrel with the person who won yesterday because this is yesterday's zone? No. We do another roll, and you know what? Never mind. We do because Severia just keeps winning. She just keeps winning. And I think what I'm going to do. That's so funny that Severia just won again. Is we're going to check for any wells here. Give me just a moment. That requires too much effort. Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to look around for wells. If I can get my well game on, which I don't expect that there's going to be anything I can do with the wells for right now. We'd have an easy time of it if I had thought of this in advance, but I didn't. But what we're going to do is we are going to leave, and we're going to go to Arathia. Because in Arathia, I'm just going to wait on my monitor to regenerate enough. It's just town portal. So we're going to town portal to Ravenshore. And then in Ravenshore, we will go to Harmondale. And then from Harmondale, we will teleport to Arathia. Now, this is against the rules. But there's no way that I'm going to be able to clear that without wasting an inordinate amount of time, basically duplicating the effect that I'm doing right now. So we're going to just do this way rather than, spend a bunch of time fucking around with it. So we're popping over to Arathia. In Arathia, we now have disease on this character. So we can cure the insanity. So, we now have actual mana regen in play again. We can TP back to Harmondale. And we unfortunately did not make a Lloyd's Beacon, which is unfortunate. It would have been nice to use a Lloyd's Beacon so that I could just do it all in the same day and not have any travel time added, but it's fine. It's not a big deal. So we're going to pop back over here, and we will teleport to Alvar. And then we will just walk from Alvar over here. So this is something that I could have if I had done what I was told and gotten Ulrun diseased while I was fighting all those zombies. If I had done that, then we wouldn't be having to do this. But, you live with the consequences of your actions, sometimes. So, this will mean that this will now become very possible because all I have to do is drop down, deal some damage, and then fly away. Right? I now have the ability to come over here and do all the shenanigans that I need. So we can put down a beacon here. We don't need to recast fly. And we can just pop over here. So once we've cleared out these, which should be very reasonable to do. I'm just going to start hitting whatever target seems the most convenient to hit, actually. At any given time, which is probably going to be the puller a lot of the time. I am realizing that I am going to have to fly away, which means that I need to make sure that Ulrun doesn't go down before I get away. Alright, so we've dealt about a quarter of that thing's max HP. We can go ahead and shared life here. We're going to have a huge power boost from having done this. This is a very big swing in our power level. And the hope is that we'll be able to start progressing through some of the stuff that was just like way too like crazy to be able to do before. Okay, so we've cleared one enemy. We saved the game. We're just going to fly back, see if there's an enemy that's convenient to fight. I don't remember who was initially hitting. It was initially hitting one of the smoke goats. Okay, I'm gonna dive the puller. Okay, and now we're gonna try to get away. Please! Oh my god. Ulrun's speed is so bad. It takes so long for Ulrun to get their turn back, especially when using like shared life and shit like that. Okay, we're diving this Emberog, and then remembering that this is all gonna go to shit. And, right, I can't use shared life. I need to take that off my finger there. Please don't fall in lava. I can only use shared life as an out-of-combat heal. So, let's see.
I don't know.
Yeah, now that we have the setup, we are probably going to be fine. You do have the ghost ring equipped. Which is giving us plus 13. Not too shabby. Considering that Ulrun is the one who... Oh, right, Ulrun has so much HP, I forgot. Ulrun has an enormous HP pool. And, like, no mitigation. Yeah, it's 50%. It's 50% plus 5. Because we have a plus 13 right now. So, I don't think it's been changed. From what the last time that they changed it, they made it 50% plus 5. So... Basically, any of the like artifact style items of X Magic are going to have full efficacy up to 9 skill. I don't have another spirit item though. Yeah, I unless they tried to change, I don't know why they would change it from 50% plus 5 to just a normal plus 5, because that would make it weaker than like really basic non-artifacts. Because I think this just uses the same formula as like any of the normal artifacts. So it's like the same enchantment. Let's see here. We can't. necessarily dive until we... Yeah, doing that actually lowers my HP. I need to get more HP on Cortal. I need to get more HP on Cortal and on Commandant. I have way too much HP on Orin right now. Which, it makes sense given that I'm just putting it on that item because I want that on that item permanently. So I didn't make a mistake by doing that, but it's a bit of a liability for right now. That was a bad idea. I just used Shared Life, which is a bad idea on multiple levels. 6 made, don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it. So once we've cleared out the boss, we should have a lot of advantages coming out there. Because clearing out this boss will allow us to... Look at that regen. So good. Yeah, we need to get more HP on Cortal so that we can use Cortal as a HP sponge. I'll need to figure out what item to put the HP on. I don't want to put it on plate. Maybe need to make an HP belt. Okay, so this Polar Gog is well and truly fucked. So we're pretty low. We're just gonna pull out. We're gonna pull back to our little island. We don't really need to go back to the island. We could go literally anywhere. But this will mean that we no longer have to worry about the really big fireballs coming out. And that's a big deal. We do, however, still have to deal with the normal Magogs. And those will be dealing a decent bit of damage as well. And because they have the AoEs, those are very concerning, obviously. I think I'm just going to dive this one since it's alone. The other ones won't start hitting for a little bit. And we're still pretty high. I'm going to try to kill one more enemy here. I'm going to succeed in killing one more enemy, and then we're going to just pull out. It is preferable to get the Magogs down. The Magogs do have the only AoEs in the pack. This is so funny. Cortal has to be so low to, like, match up with everybody else's HP. Just a couple HP items makes a huge difference.
'Tis but a scratch.
It really does. Sorry, not a couple HP enchantments makes a huge difference.
Yes.
So. We've taken out the Magog. Yeah, we have 17 skill, right? Actually, no, up to 10 will work. I don't know why I thought 9. 9 is a strange number to think that it'll still... 9's a strange number to go with, but yeah. So this half of this rounded down, or rounded down. I don't, what's the term people use? People use a different term for rounding down that is, like, on a very technical level, kind of a different thing. But in a practical level is just rounding down. Truncating. Truncating it. I think they're probably technically truncating, they're not rounding, but let's be clear. Truncating is just rounding down. Let's see. Let's be perfectly clear. Now, look. Do I understand why it is that you would use the term truncating instead of using the term rounding? Yes. Yes, I do. I do understand that it's because you're not comparing it to numbers, you're comparing it to a string, basically. When you're doing truncation, you're not worried about the like actual math involved. You're worried about some sort of display or storage thing. So you're saying truncating because you're doing the same thing to it that you would do to a string when you just cut off everything after the, fifth, thing on the list or whatever, right? So, like, yes, truncation is a perfectly reasonable way to describe it in the context that it's being used. Yeah, it's fine. Language is an ever-evolving concept. Etc., etc. And that's it. We got it. Okay. So once we got the fucking insanity cured, made a bit of a difference here, and we've now cleared this zone. Did we have to cheat? A little bit, yes. Did we have to cheat a lot? Where next is a good question. I believe we are going to 6 next. And I need to think about which dungeon in 6 is the one that we need to do. So you are cursed. Let's go ahead and remove that. You're also diseased. I can go ahead and just remove that. I don't need to use the Arathiel. So, is everybody in good condition now? Well, see, the highlighted command did require that I cheat, which is why I ignored it. But, yes. We do get to go to 7 before we have to come back to 8, which is... Oh, wait, never mind. Wait, we're not even going to anywhere next. No, we're not doing anything. We need to go... We need to cast Fly, and we need to start turning in these quests. Just think of how much fucking experience we're about to get. So, we have cleared this area completely. We've got all of the enemies down, which is great. We can pop in here. And... we found your ancient home. We can promote trolls. Okay, so promote trolls is required to click on in order to make that work. But look at that HP difference. 4,000 max HP now. Komanatin the Master. Let's go. We are also in the place where we can get expert regen. How much regen do you have now? 185! That's pretty good. No complaints there. Okay, we have Overdune's house, and I think we might not...
I can't carry
Okay,
anymore.
so we do need to do this first. We cannot do the thing there. So that'll be the first dungeon that we clear, I think. We need to do this. I have great news for you. I've already... Grandmaster Bodybuilding is done. How much HP do you have now? 4563! We just doubled Komanatin's max HP. We haven't even leveled. Holy shit. Well, the real crazy thing is that Komanatin doesn't come online with this. We're actually not at the point where Komanatin comes online. Where do we have the staff GM? Staff in 6, it's in a place that we don't have yet. We know it's in Silver Cove in 6. I don't know where it is in 8, but I guess the master is here, so I could just check. They're probably in... Shadowspire, yeah, that checks out. Do we remember what the potion is that I need for this? GM Leather can't be learned by masters. You can't learn GM now. What? Let's see here. GM Mace. I don't have any of those. Is it a potion of darkness? Really? It's not a white potion? Shouldn't it be a white potion? Because I can't make a potion of darkness. Oh no. I would have expected it to be the lesser element potion or something like this. Because if it was a lesser element potion, then I could do it, because I can make white potions. The potions of darkness are really taunting me at this point. Holy shit. Okay. So, are we done here then? It's not that relevant whether we're done here, honestly. It is 4:06, which means that it's a little too early, but not very early for doing to get the skills stuff. Bodybuilding is a GM, Regen is an expert now. That was apparently the Singapore Police Force Commercial Affairs Department calling me with a robocall. That seems very, very likely. With an Indonesian number. I don't know whether it was an Indonesian number. I didn't check. I didn't check the number. I should have, though. I should just stop answering my phone. Literally nobody. Well, actually, here's the crazy thing. I've actually been called by doctors. Monk does not get Regen Master, no. We only get expert. If we were Troll, we could get Master. But I decided to go with a Lich instead for this run. I think that a Troll Monk sounds like a lot of fun. Like, I think that would be a very enjoyable build. But let's see here. What was I thinking about? Okay, so we can't complete the Vilebite quest. We can't complete this thing. And fire resistance potions we can't do. Lantern of Light. 6 golem pieces. Okay. So Dragoon's Keep versus Ethric's Lair. They both have a single quest in them. We can't do the quest in the Druid Stronghold. We can't do the quest in the sewer. The Druid place is fairly high level, I think. So I do think that the Dragoon's Keep is probably the best bet. I think you're right on that. And I was just thinking about the totality of the area and like how I'm ordering it. So it's probably sewers last, druids before the sewers, and then Ethric and there. So that's why am I doing this in reverse order? Because I feel like it. Okay. So, but what we need to do right now is we're going to teleport to Alvar. Because we need to pick up the spell abilities for our monk. So we can wait an hour.
Sure, we got
We
spells.
can learn spirit, mind, and body magic. And is there anything else that you can learn? You already have meditation. And ooh, do you not have the ability to learn the? No, that's in the temple question mark. Is that a temple thing? Where's the temple? I feel like the temple is over here, but this is definitely not it. I was feeling okay.
What can we do for you?
You can learn merchant.
Go with our blessing.
Is it not? Monk can get only 2 expert, yes.
A library of magical knowledge.
So you can't learn any other skills here. So it looks like the monk can't learn enlightenment. Unless, wait, is enlightenment actually in like the yes, it's not at the temple. Enlightenment is obtained in true appropriate fashion through the magic people. Yes.
Across the land.
You get ooh, you can get Mana Shield too. Interesting. That's interesting. Do I want a Mana Shield? I'll pick up Mana Shield on people.
Business was a pleasure.
I'll probably turn it off on everybody, but let's see. Mana Shield. Okay. Actually, you can leave it on. Let's see. Let's see. I already have Ascension. Should have been from the inn. Enlightenment comes from taking a nap. that's how you achieve enlightenment, right? Go take a nap. That is the true path to enlightenment. Okay, GM staff in here's in Shadowspire. Did we figure out where GM staff is in 7? Did we already get access to GM staff? Let's see if I can beat Astro Kitty to this. 7 staff. Jillian Mithrit. Avley. Haha. I win! I got there. Okay. So. I think we're just going to pump all of these to 4, because it just makes sense to get these up to expert immediately. And I think we're probably going to pump Enlightenment for now. So we need to go to either Avley or Shadowspire or Silver Cove. Silver Cove is where we're going first, so we're going to get Silver Cove done. Do we want to go to Silver Cove, though? Silver Cove will get Komanatin's staff stuff online and will give us the night promotion, which I guess will also promote Kortal, because Kortal isn't fully promoted yet. So that would be good to get Kortal fully promoted. However, is it more important than getting Severia fully promoted? I think Silver Cove might not take precedence here. If we go to... If we go to... We can get the priest promotion done completely in Whitecap, that's the word I'm thinking of. If we go to Whitecap, we can get the priest promotion fully done. We already have the chalice, So we can get that promotion completely done, basically on entry to Whitecap. We have the like once we've cleared the world map. So we can clear that. That'll give us 2 promotion quests done. The first dungeon that we do there gets us a promotion quest done for Archer, which is promotion quest for Thief as well. But we're not going to be able to finish that promotion chain, so it's not really going to make much of a difference until way later. But it is a thing to bear in mind. But we can get that first promotion quest done there. Is there any other major quest? Because that's actually only 3. No, because we also have the council quest that we can also complete the second that... Yeah, we're going to complete the... As soon as we finish clearing the exterior of Whitecap, we go back to Freehaven and immediately get 3 quests completed, because we'll have both of the promotion quests for priests done, and we'll have the council quest done all at the same time, like all at once, just boom, done. So that, I think, is the play there. So I feel like that has to be my priority. It doesn't have to be my priority, but I think that is my priority. Whitecap is also not a huge area, and it's not that difficult. The dungeons certainly aren't. The exterior is kind of a pain in the ass, but it'll probably be fine. Alright, next on our agenda is... we can get all of the self stuff done in New Sorpigal. And that seems easy enough to do. We can... yeah, we might want to just TP over to New Sorpigal first. Yeah, let's do that. Let's for right now, go to New Sorpigal. And I don't want to buy the spells until I've cleared the spells out of my inventory first. I'm not going to worry about it too much. I have Hammer Hands. I think I have Body Resistance. Those are the 2 big ones that I want. So I think... and I guess... actually, I don't even need Hammer Hands yet. So I'm pretty sure that I have like most of the spells that I need for Commoniton on hand. We'll find out. So, get expert body, mind, and spirit. Done. So, it would be nice to get Commoniton well and truly online, but that's going to be a while. So, what buffs do I want you maintaining?
That'll be useful.
Okay, so we don't need that spellbook. Don't need this spellbook anymore, I think. So many copies of Heroism. Spell Magic, Prophecies of the Sun.
I can't.
Okay, can't use that.
Another spell learned.
So, we should be able to use quite a few of our books here. How much mana does this take? This takes only 24% of our mana to activate Body Resistance. We don't have Hammer Hands yet. We do have Heroism. So, if we wanted to free up some of Sortira's mana, we could use Heroism on Commoniton instead, which I think makes a degree of sense to do. The other question is, do I even need Enlightenment on this character? Commoniton is only going to be maintaining body magic spells. It's only at Expert 4, but I don't... The difference between who it is on now, which is at 7... like, 7 is the highest that I have, right? And the other thing is that now this doesn't scale with Mastery anymore. This doesn't scale at all with Mastery, so it doesn't matter whether I'm only at Expert. I mean, unless the tooltip's wrong, but Mastery doesn't matter for this. So my intention is to have Komanatin run the body magic spells that are important that scale, which is to say hammer hands and body resistance, and that is going to be the stuff that he has. I guess it makes sense for me to get enlightenment just to investing skill points matters because it is so the basic scaler is you get 1 point, you get 20 plus 1 per 2 caster levels. So half of your caster level gets added to it, but then you also get 2% of that value per skill level. So if you have 50 skill, you're doubling the effect. So 4 skill versus 7 skill is a very minor difference, but there is value in putting a lot of skill points over the course of the game into these things, because like as an example with hammer hands, you're going from like a 15% to a 30%, right? Like that's a pretty big modifier. With this, like if you're like level 300, right, instead of 150, you have 300 body resistance being added. 150 body resistance is a pretty big amount of body resistance. So investing skill points is a considerable effect eventually. Doesn't make a huge difference early on, both because you're multiplying a fairly small value with another small value, but also because other stuff. It's also harder to stack resists now than it was before. So I think I'm actually going to go AFK a second because I'm a little bit distracted. So I'm going to go AFK a second, and then I will be back in a couple minutes. So I'm going to go AFK for just 1 second, but in a couple minutes I'll be back. This is some relativity shit. That's how this goes. So I'll be right back, and then we will... I kept talking after I clicked the microphone off, and then we will continue on from there. I return. Boop. Alright, I also need to shave, turns out. But, we back. So, we are going to defeat the... What is that? It is a thing rolling off of a cliff. That, you know, very true. Very true. So, do we want to start getting body up to snuff? I think we might actually, just for the hell of it. We might just pump body to get body up closer to the others, because right now Kamanatin isn't scaling that crazily with any of the other stuff. The other thing that I need to pick up, do I not have the preservation spell? Do I not have a copy of that in my inventory? Crazy. I was sure that I'd picked up a second copy of that. These are not the right book type. Heroism.
This is perfect.
Okay, Ancient Headsman's Poleaxe. Heroism, Jump. Fate.
Another spell learned.
Mass
I
Fever.
can't learn
That's a
that
mass
spell.
fever spell. Interesting. Cure Paralysis.
Another spell learned.
We already have body resistance, yes? Yes. Think might actually not have the spellbook for this. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, it looks like we don't have the preservation spellbook, which is fine. So I'm going to basically try. Let's take a look at what... Kamanatin's vitality is now very close to Sortira's vitality. And I had forgotten that we're intending to maintain that as well. So we will need some
Spirit, mind, and body.
There's no room.
of
Another spell learned.
the stuff. So, what does this cost me right now? This costs 48%. So we're casting this. Let's see, what's our mitigation looking like? Mitigation is looking like garbage. Utter garbage. So we need to massively improve our mitigation on this character. Other spell that we are maintaining is body resistance. But that's going to save up a lot of Sortira's mana pool, just casting that preservation over here, which will mean that we'll be able to actually cast Shared Life on this character. We can also maintain Fate with you now and still be able to do it, right? Yes, we're still regenerating. 22% is enough. So, next on our agenda, you have... we need to get Hammer Hands. How do I not have Hammer Hands? I was sure I had the Hammer Hands spellbook somewhere. Alright, we're going to do some inventory management before I buy more, because I feel like I must be missing a inventory that has what I'm looking for. Because I'm almost positive that I had an extra copy of Hammer Hands. Doesn't mean that I did,
Don't touch the merchandise.
but it does mean that I get to be embarrassed when it turns out that I don't. Okay, I'm gonna toss this.
Come back soon.
Okay, so second inventory has a bunch of this stuff. Okay. Anything here that we need right at this moment? I think any of this is
Don't
useful
touch the
to me.
merchandise.
So we finished that.
Come back soon.
Pop over
For a
here.
weapon? Coming.
Luck, earth resistance, might, elemental resistances. Oh, right, yes, I have preservation on the person who is currently wearing the scholar's cap. That's a very good plan. Let's see, we can. I'm gonna hold on to this for right now.
Looking for a weapon?
Probably don't need it,
Come again.
but I
Don't
don't want
touch
to
the
just sell it
merchandise.
outright because it
Come
looks
back.
pretty decent. Okay, next, you. Prevents damage from falling, body and water. Wait, you don't even need body resistance. So this is just for water resistance. This even has more armor. I guess this also gives me more stats. So this is only more useful if I'm specifically dealing with air or earth damage. Gotcha. Okay. We can view to here. Awaken, jump. So we need to sell all those. Sell.
There's no room.
Don't touch the merchandise. Come back soon.
So we're basically just going to sell a bunch of stuff here. Are you useful? You're not that useful.
Come again.
Do I want to sell you all? One of you is an
The
unconsciousness.
store is closed.
It's not late enough for that to open yet, so. Okay, you are done. I'm gonna move the unconsciousness ring over. Let's see. We have quite a few of them, so it's probably not super critical to worry about it, but that's fine. You can be sold. Okay. As we get deeper into the inventories, we should have fewer things that we need, or fewer inventories that we need to go through. So this is an immunity legendary. And this is that amulet that I keep holding on to that I don't know if I have an upgrade for. Okay, that probably isn't worth it. We don't need it on the preservation side of things. Okay, so heroism we know we don't need. Summon, Wisp, and Control Undead I think are light magic, so we save up for that. Earth and Mind Resistance and Water Skill. 2 Mind Resistance. We probably don't need this. Unfortunately, because of the fact that the priests generally don't do self-damage, the self-resists are pretty weak in this. Is this an upgrade for you? Debatable. Probably not. This is minus 21%, plus 22%.
Sorry.
This is... Okay, so this is an upgrade for your offhand.
It won't fit.
That's a 65%? 65% water resist? Madness. Utter madness. Interesting. Okay. This is the correct type of axe. We're probably not going to restructure an entire axe
Excellent.
for this, but
Who needs it?
let's see.
Who needs it?
Let's go back over here.
Looking for a weapon?
Sell.
Junk. Come again.
Don't touch
Okay.
the merchandise. Come back.
Junk. Who needs it?
Okay, so do we have anything in this inventory? It's either armor or a weapon that's super important. Doesn't look like it.
Looking for a weapon? Come again.
Okay, sell all the
Don't
rest of
touch
this
the
garbage.
merchandise.
Boop, 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 boop.
Come back.
Alright, so get rid of this, get rid of this. Process of fear immunity. Okay. Think so. This is the focal ring that we're going to get rid of, that we're going to sacrifice for the thing. This is level 95 required. We should be able to... Oh, wait, we can't advance the tier of this, can we? It's already maxed out, is it? Oh, we can. Oh, right. Did they add an extra tier? Is that what happened? Okay, so we have a legendary Trident thing, or blah, 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 of darkness now. And there we go. Set you only have bodybuilding 11. Interesting. All right, I think I'm going to keep all of my things here roughly equitable. So let's do that. Let's see here. Anything that we need to do for you? I've been pretty singularly focused on DPS on this character, and it's given me some decent results. But it just barely puts Severia ahead of Cortal at the moment. Funnily enough. Let's see, Monoshield. Enlightenment. So we could pump Enlightenment in order to get more spell points, but there's not really a ton of reason to do it right now. I think I do want to pump body on Komanaten, maybe. Let's see here. What is the other... Okay, we can go to Free Haven, I guess. If we can train there, that would be good. Anything else that I need to do right now? Yes, I forgot to do something actually, which is I forgot to go. We were in Might and Magic 8. We need to go and do the arena there. So we're going to Jadaim. Unfortunately, this does mean that we need to wait like 6 days. But that's fine. We're waiting the maximum number of days for the arena. Okay.
Welcome.
A quiet welcome. A quiet welcome. A quiet welcome. A quiet welcome. A quiet room, you say. Welcome. A quiet room, you say.
I've never seen one
Alright.
before.
So we're gonna pop into the Endless Arena, and I think the Endless Arena should be fine now.
Ready to go.
We have mana on
This'll be fun.
both of the characters that are supposed to be healing, so I don't anticipate a ton of
This'll be
issues
fun.
here, but I could be wrong.
It's but a scratch.
Kamanaton is mostly online now. Kamanaton's damage is still going to be pretty mediocre. We're going to have mediocre damage on Kamanaton for quite a long time. But Kamanaton will eventually be able to start doing some decent DPS. Though Kamanaton does have a lifesteal on him, huh? So... Kamanaton took a pretty decent amount of damage there, and then regen that back up real fast. And stop running away from me so they don't hit me. Almost like I should have just stayed and let them come to me so that I don't have to chase after them all the time. Oh, there's a swapper in play. Okay. I'm not terribly concerned about this part. We're definitely a bit overtuned.
I've never seen one.
For what we're dealing with right now. We'll see how we handle the archers. The archers are potentially going to be substantially more dangerous. I want to handle you. I think I probably should be going to... It was kind of funny that the hunters are the second tier, considering that hunters are worse archers than archers are. Because hunter is a class. In the game. I guess they're not in the game of these games. Because I think a base archer gets access to master bow. That's a leech, so we need to burn it down fast. We got the stun, which is nice. Ooh, we're in trouble actually. We don't have enough resources for this. Okay, we need to pull out. We may or may not be able to get out of here in an effective manner. Find out. Okay. Stay here for a second, but not very long, because we don't have long. Okay.
It is but a scratch.
So we need to basically try to dodge around the leech as much as possible. We want to take as little damage from the leech as possible, both in terms of its attacks and in terms of getting in range. But we should now have the ability. The other thing to bear in mind is that we've had a fundamental shift in our party setup. Kamanaton is the one maintaining preservation now. We don't have to keep Sortira up, we need to keep Kamanaton up. So, we do have the next set of enemies spawning, and it is also an archer type. So we're going to have to be concerned about getting fully just blown apart. And we already have top tiers in play. That's very concerning.
I can't identify that.
Actually, I just realized that both of them are shared life. I have two people using shared life, which is so optimal. I need to swap auras. Set up quick. Oh shit, there's too many over here. Please. Okay. I think we might be in trouble here. We didn't kill the leech. I don't know where the leech went. Okay. Whew. I need to do better. We're gonna load the autosave.
Need a coach?
That fundamentally just came down to me not doing enough DPS in the
Looks like this
final
one's
thing.
alright.
If I had been smarter about the way that I handled
This
things,
one's alright.
we would have been fine there. So we're gonna activate double speed because I don't think we need to not. We're just gonna sit here holding A. I think we can do this for the entire Animist pack without any meaningful problems. Things will start becoming a problem either when I underestimate how much damage is going to come in from these and get myself killed, which may happen, or when I start dealing with the next pack. So the boss is not hitting us right now, at least not consistently. Burn through the one that is hitting us. Okay. Burn through these. With all those down, we're now in the green. We're actually going to clear up this disease first. There's no reason to maintain the disease status affecting the entire party when we are going into a hard fight where the stat reductions matter. So we're going to sit here. We're just going to wait. Okay, first one's down. I forgot that I need to step a little bit away from this side so that these rotate down to us. So we've got some locked in upstairs. We've got some refusing to lock it down here. Let's see if moving a little further out. This is not getting the job done. We're going to move to here. It's interesting. Are the hunters? The hunters seem to be bigger than the top tier.
It is but a scratch.
Wait, are the hunters the top tier? Bowman, Archer. Oh, the hunter. The hunter's the top tier. Is it? Oh, never mind. They only have like a level difference of 2. These are very low level enemies, actually. Okay, yes. So this is an adamantite archer. We burn through you. Why did I think the low tiers were called archers? I completely misread the thing. I made a whole commentary about it. I'm such a dope. Alright. So we're gonna clear these out. With the adamantite dead, we should be fine for the next set.
We got it.
Taking massively less damage this time. And a good portion of that is just because we're doing more DPS, we are we're maximizing our or we're minimizing the amount of damage that we're taking because there's fewer enemies in play at any given time. But the other portion of it is that a good portion of the enemies are not able to hit us because we're right next to a wall. So these are definitely a lot stronger than the other packs so far. We're really far behind them. Like, these are only level 80. I should be further along with this. The fact that I had the insanity effect for so long has really undermined my survivability. Okay, this is an issue. This archer pack is going to be so much harder than everything else. There's just so many enemies hitting us because we can't get them to a good spot where they can't hit us very easily. Okay, we got the share life out here. There's the death. We're getting wiped by enemies that are so much lower level than us. These are really quite low level. So... let's see. It's pretty rough. Pretty rough. Am I missing something important? We've got heroism up. Got haste up. Our durability isn't a problem.
Ready to go.
The problem is very much the
This'll be fun.
our DPS. Just not. It's just garbage.
Come on, let's go in.
Makes a degree of sense because we have really not gotten anybody online yet. Honestly, all of my characters are like waiting on important stuff to get like fully online. Like, you could argue that Portal's in a pretty decent position. Like, that's an argument you could make. I don't know that it's an argument I would feel comfortable making.
We got it.
But you could argue that a Cortal has a decent weapon set and is broadly speaking online. But like Cortal doesn't have GM in the thingers. It only has expert in the magics. I should get my mastery at the very least. I'm gonna check going up here actually. I'm gonna check standing against this pillar here and see if this is helpful at all. My guess is probably not. But there is the possibility that
It is but a scratch.
Got him.
I just feel like I have to move around too much. So I think that now it's pretty decent to be up here because at the very least some of these will lock in on the side that you're not currently at, it seems. So this, I think this is the,
It is but a
this might be the
scratch.
position to be in.
No match for me.
It's not super great, but it's better than nothing. Is that a leech? I think that's a leech. Okay, so hopefully we can clear out this leech.
Ow.
Please. We're almost dead. Almost dead. Please. I need this leech to go down. Okay, the leech is down, which means that we should have our regen in play to a degree. We should hopefully be able to start making up for the damage that we just took and start making progress the other direction. That leech is going to really cause problems for us, though, because I don't think we're going to clear these out before the centaurs start spawning. There's some centaurs. Sitting here proving me right. And yeah, we definitely have an issue where no matter where we go, like, we're going to get tagged from random directions. If we had a bit more sustain, we'd be in a really solid position here. But without more sustain, we're going to be in a really difficult position here, where basically we kind of get overwhelmed by the fact that we can't actually get like damage out, right? So like the enemies just kind of overwhelm us slowly over time. These are faster than they were before. They're faster than they are in the world map. So my guess is that, or that than they were on the world map anyway. This is another leech. Oh, we're fully bombed. There's no shot that I'm going to be able to clear a leech. A leech is unreasonable to expect to defeat here. The dual leech combo is a lot. I'm gonna do one more attempt. This is something that should definitely be doable,
What lies ahead?
but I also want to make progress, so I don't want to spend my entire time in the
Looks
arena.
like this one's all
This
right.
should definitely be doable. It's eminently reasonable to clear this in the position, the exact state that I'm in right now. I shouldn't need to do anything to make this
Got it.
fully viable. So,
We got it.
Thorns Lycanthrope. Luckily, it is during the Thorns stage. It is during the Lycanthrope stage that we're doing the Thorns. Thorns is a really big issue. It slows us down a lot. Except the Lycanthropes are so weak that it really just doesn't matter that much.
Got it.
So, we're in the green. We didn't even get fully diseased that time. That was a very weak variation of that. Let's see. So, shared life is my default with you. I feel like I should maybe swap this off of shared life.
Yes.
If I do the shared life with just Olrin, then I think that makes a lot of sense. I'm gonna stand here. I want to see if we can get these to behave. And honestly, they're just not behaving well enough. So I think I kind of need to just be getting into a place where I can kind of lock them in a corner and then dive the packs in the corners. So we're going to do like a ping-ponging strat and hope that this works. This seems to be working pretty well right now. We've got a lot of them coming our way. Right. I actually remember this now. The strategy that I used for some of these was I stood a little ways out from the wall in the center so that enemies can come from both directions and lock themselves in coming to me. So, oh god, we got a swapper? No. Okay, I need to get in melee range with a swapper so that we can start killing the swapper without fucking with our positioning. It'd be optimal to be a
Tis
little
but a
bit
scratch.
further to our left right now. That's fine. Okay. If I can get all of the skeletal archers down, and I can get myself in a position where the... Okay. This is the place to see it, I think. I'm gonna tag this. We're gonna grab this. We got plate armor. This has to be the attempt. Okay. That's a very good start. That's a good start. This is good. Got another one right here. We have others going this way. Nice. One of these is red. If we burn down these reds early, that's very good for us. We want them to do as little damage as possible
Yes.
before we deal with them. Okay, we've got more behind us.
Tis but a scratch.
Okay, we got quite a few behind us. I'm gonna try to burn these down without using any healing. We're gonna get the boss soon, but we've cleared out a lot of the
Tis
reds.
but a scratch.
Okay. Oh shit, I don't have mana for it? Oh, problem. Okay. Oh god, why? Why?
Ow.
You guys definitely saw a mana that bar there. I'm being lied to.
Have no fear.
You told me I didn't have 5 mana? ridiculous.
Have no fear.
Luckily, Commoditon is really tanky now.
'Tis but a scratch.
Holy shit. I just need Cortol to be similarly tanky and we'll be okay. The issue is that Commoditon keeps the preservation up, but keeping the preservation up isn't enough. There we go. There we go. So we got the shared life off. We need to keep the regen up as well. Keeping the preservation up is very important, though. God damn. We're taking so much damage. Unfortunately, we're not making a lot of progress here in terms of getting my HP back in position, because I can't see where the enemies are coming from well enough to avoid... Is there like an exploder? You're explosive! Oh, shit. Oh, okay. Nope, that was a bad idea.
Have no fear.
Oh, there's the exploder. Oh, man. Okay. Oh. Alright. We have tried this several times with no success. We are going to delay it for now. Not because I think that it's unreasonable to do it, but because I do want to efficiently use the time on stream. But I think that it would be reasonable to get it done. I think that's a totally reasonable fight. I am, in theory, able to complete that.
How about some training?
Okay, we can train,
Okay.
and we can train to max.
Okay.
So we're gonna do our training, and we now have 129 skill points in play. So, do I want to invest those into body magic to get body magic up to par? Right now. I don't have hammer hands in play yet. I think I might wait until I get hammer hands in play. I guess I could just get 3 points into it, so I'm not like losing throughput over what I had before. But I don't know that it's really going to make very much of a difference. It is, let's see here. It is about 3 might. I'll do it. Let's see here. Hammer Hands isn't in play because I don't have GM staff. So until I have GM staff, I can't use Hammer Hands. I mean, I can cast it, but it doesn't do anything for me. So once we get to Silver Cove, or we get to somewhere else like that has GM staff, it'll matter. But for right now, there's just no reason to cast Hammer Hands. So let's see here. You are going to be pumping Spirit to 18. That actually gets me 2 points because of the Spirit Ring that I have. Get the bodybuilding up to 18. Do I want to get my sword skill up to snuff? I'm tempted to wait on sword skill until I have a better weapon. The Lieutenant's Cutlass is, like, fine or whatever, but it's not really doing much for me. So I think I will leave sword on the back burner until we have a reason to pump it. I guess I might as well just get Arms Master up to be equal to sword though. Let's do that. Alright. Let's see here. As for you... So we have a few options for this character in terms of how we want to handle their setup. We could keep pumping our DPS stats exclusively, or we could start pumping the other things. I think it's kind of funny to just keep pumping these. So we're just going to keep pumping the DPS stats and not worry about it. You will get everything equalized. I also just remembered that I need to go to pick up Mastery for Frost Blood. I don't think I can do Unholy yet, right? But Frost is easy. I know where to get that. Body Mastery is Talia, which we can't do right now. Okay. I have GM Meditation on you, right? Oh, actually we do. We have GM Meditation. Come on, it's in. We already rolled. However, did we seriously roll another? Okay, well, you know, it's fine. I was gonna say we can roll an individual one for just the horseshoe itself. That's actually very funny because Severia was 1 away, I think, was exactly 2 away from being able to put the next point in today. So, not bad. Let's see here. So you are now Master Frost. So that's going to give us an extra 2 damage per skill point. So that's pretty, that's a pretty good upgrade actually. And then Blood we can't do until we get to either Talia or wherever it is in the other place. I'm not going to worry about it. Unholy, I don't know if we have access to Master Unholy right now. We don't have 6. I'm not going to worry about it. It's not a huge difference right now. So, let's see here. Can we go back to Freehaven? I believe so. Yeah, the other thing is that we can get GM Meditation if we want. GM Meditation is kind of an interesting thing to get on this character. Maybe we should do that. I'm gonna do that. We're gonna TP around and do this because I think Meditation Expert is just sitting a new Sorpigal, and we were just at the Master Trainer, which means we were at the GM Trainer since it's 6. So we can basically just pop in here. Is it the left one or the right one? It's the left one. So everybody else is already an expert. Then tag over to Mist. Now, Kamanjin isn't really going to be casting a lot of spells right now. I don't know at at the level that we're at right now, what is the most appropriate heal for Kamanjin to even use. Like at expert level, like Cure Poison isn't a heal in this. You have to wait until Cure Disease to get another heal. So I feel like the best heal might literally just be the simple heal spell. However, we do also have Mana Shield, so we can burn through some of our mana when we're getting hit, and having GM Meditation will give us an additional pool to work from. So that should be fine. But, I mean, it's not like we're going to have a ton of SP regen compared to our HP regen. Our HP regen is 200, our SP regen's 6.4. So, not a super impactful thing there. Alright, anything else that we need to do before we pop in? We have... does Mana Shield points increase the efficiency? It does. Okay. So we could actually put more points into this to improve the efficiency. We get Expert at 6. Let's get this to 6. That increases the mana efficiency by 50%, which isn't a huge deal because I just don't have that much mana regen to play with, but it's something. So we'll leave this enabled on you. You don't need it. You should have it, yes. And you don't have access to it, and you should deactivate it. Alright, so we need to put the rest of our skill points in. I think I might actually just want to put the points in body. Every point in body that I'm putting in is going to increase the entire party's might by 1, roughly. So it's 4 might per thing invested. This isn't terrible. Let's see here. Do buffs benefit from Thanger? I think they don't, right? Buffs don't benefit from the, Thingamabobber. Let's see. The items. I think I'm just going to put the rest of these points in the body. We'll get body up to 10. And I think body 10 is fine. From here, we're going to just keep putting points into the other skills until they're at a point where it makes sense to invest into something that we don't necessarily need, but is a nice boost. So we're going to pump these. We will do this, and do this. So, you're set. Everybody's set. We've used our skill points. Anything else that we need to do? I think we're fine for now. This is an inventory that we're supposed to just be selling from. Is it 8? It's not quite 8, but it's close enough for government work. We might not even need 8. Oh,
We'll have to come back later.
We're still in 6. Let's see here. Anybody else? I haven't done my ring manipulation yet. We still haven't tinkered with that. Might into personality. I'm not gonna worry too much about it. The place we're going next is the Dragoon place, which
We'll
I
have to come back. The
think
store is closed.
is not super crazy. So I think that that'll be fine. Once we've got that place done, we'll have Mordred, which will be very convenient for
Looking for
Severia.
something special?
We'll triple her lifesteal, which is pretty good. You know, it's nice to triple what we've got, and then we can move on. So Dragoons are the furthest south here. Anything? Okay, we don't have any other quests we can turn in, I don't think. So we're gonna pop down here. We're picking up Mordred. Once we have Mordred, Severia will be mostly online. GM is going to be very nice, and she'll be able to do a lot more damage as a result of that once she gets promoted. But
Let's go in.
it's not like a huge difference. I don't think we can afford to expose ourselves to the entire enemy pack here, but that Master Swordsman did not do a ton. It missed with every single attack. They do have the ability to break shit, which is suboptimal, but just have to live with that. So, goal here is to clear through this dungeon as quickly as we can and move on to... I'd like to get 2 dungeons cleared, if possible. My magic... Yes, because then we can get the Initiate quest done, which is very important to get done, apparently. Even though we don't need it anymore, but that's fine. That's funny that we're going toward the... We definitely should have gotten the lantern done instead of this. Lantern Quest would have been the appropriate choice. Rather than because if we'd done if we'd gone for the Lantern Quest, we would have it done now. So that would have been worth more experience. A large part of that was just me not wanting to backtrack, honestly. Alright, so we're gonna just pull forward. That I think is one of the bigger rooms in terms of like sheer enemy number in like a really confined place. I don't know how many of these are going to get on us if we just stand right here, but that's some number of them. There we go. Pulled you successfully around the corner with the others behind. I think these break weapons, right? Can I just fight you? Kamada is not taking a ton of damage from these, but we are taking a considerable amount. So. It's fun to finally be using Mana Shield. I don't anticipate that it's going to make a huge impact. Mana Shield is something that I'm going to get up to some point on Kamanaton. The fact that Kamanaton has GM meditation is useful for Mana Shield. Because you can see how quickly Kamanaton's Mana Bar refills. But Kamanaton also has a lot of HP and has access to Expert Regen, so we have quite a lot of efficiency there. I can definitely see how the monk would end up being like a really efficient tank character, because they have a lot of defensive tools and they have very solid regen for both their hit points and their mana bar. They have basically two resources they can pull from, and they don't really have anything that they need to use the mana for, right? Like, they're not losing anything. If they had Mastery, right, they could be casting shit like Shared Life, or like or Greater Heal and stuff like that. They'd have, like, good stuff to play with. But because of the fact that they are, because they're so bad at magic now, there's really not a huge amount of reason to worry about it. These can do instant unconsciousness, which is very bad. I don't know that Kamanaton is protected from that. So something in this pack is very dangerous. Let's see. But the pack as a whole is toast. I don't actually remember if any of these chests have anything in them. Oh shit. We'll to a bad location. Let's see if we can pull a slightly better one. And we get to a position where we can actually hit them from around the corner. A lot better than slight improvement there. I do think that having both of them doing Shared Life is actually making a lot of sense for me right now. How much do you heal for with Shared Life? Because I think I just healed for like 400 with Shared Life, right? Yeah. I mean, that's pretty good. If I'm able to heal for 400 with Shared Life, then I don't think that I need to use Remove Curse as a... Let's fucking go! Okay. There's just a random ring on the ground. It's just a of the gods doom ring. Let's go. Okay, we'll just get rid of this one. Okay. Alright, we're gonna tinker with our gear once we get out of here. We need to we've got like a completely different like priority scheme now for everything. Sortira is no longer like a character that needs to be prioritizing durability at the exclusion of everything else, because Sortira now has Sortira doesn't have preservation. So we have the ability to just let that be handled by the monk now. Kamanatin can handle the that project, and also Kamanatin doesn't need to invest as deeply to get similar results, because Kamanatin is more heavily promoted and thus has access to things like Grandmaster or bodybuilding, and also has things like regeneration that we don't have access to on Sortira. So Sortira will be able to be very tanky while still maintaining other things. Right now, I think my goal is to get Sortira in a position of competence for mitigation for the party. So I want to basically get Spirit up to the cap, maybe. Though it's pretty high already. Just the Ghost Ring is a big
Let's leave
deal.
it behind.
Because of the fact that I have that, I actually don't need to be as concerned as I otherwise would be. Already open this one. Yeah. And this is probably a bad idea, but it's hopefully, it looks like this is actually going to work out fine. They're not coming in that quickly. Okay, the other thing is that we're a lot less prone to getting, like... We're less prone to a series of unfortunate events just laying us out now, because we have a lot more healing capacity with Kamanatin's HP doubled. It's hard, you can't use shared life to heal past your current hit points. So with Kamanatin having one of the highest HP in the party instead of being extremely low, I think Kamanatin might have had the lowest HP in the party just now. It means that now Kamanatin's HP can be siphoned away very easily. Kamanatin also has more HP regen to begin with, so we have more healing coming out. But importantly, a higher proportion of the party's HP bar is
Let's leave it behind.
able to
We
be
don't need this.
propped up.
I've never seen one before.
So, and of course, the other nice thing is that Kamanatin having a big HP bar and decent mitigation is pretty good for the person who has preservation.
That hurt. Can someone heal me?
Now, it is more optimal for the preservation user to have a larger investment into mitigation as opposed to raw hit points, because I can't heal the preservation user. If you think about it, like, I can't heal the preservation user past everybody else's HP using share life. So, but that being said, I also don't necessarily need to worry about it, because the preservation user now doesn't need external healing. Kamanatin supplies his own healing now, as opposed to before, where Sortira didn't have any self-healing to speak of. Like, I just reduce Kamanatin's HP, but that's fine, because Kamanatin is self-sufficient.
We don't need this.
We are in the green, so we're progressing through this pretty quick. We've got 19 food. We're going to save under dungeon. We're going to open this chest, which has nothing in it. We're going to open this chest,
leave
which
it
does
behind.
have something in it. Imagine.
We don't need this.
And
There's no some won't
I
fit.
can't carry anymore.
need to start opening other inventories. Okay, open this one.
Junk.
Okay. Large bag is an empty bag. And I think we're done with this side now. We're making pretty good progress here. Let's go to double speed. Hopefully it doesn't break things too much. We have torchlight permanently active now. I'm gonna come over here. I like opening this door because this door allows us to look into this room without exposing ourselves to the entire area. We're only exposing ourselves to the left side and only the ones that are fairly close to the door. As opposed to if we open the door at the end, we're exposing ourselves to the entire hallway at once.
We got it.
So we should be able to take these out at too much difficulty. I don't know who's hitting me, but I don't think it's actually the Master Swordsman that we're fighting, because it's an exploder. There are several top tiers in this pack, but this should go pretty smooth. Now we're gonna slowly do nothing because I fucked it up. So we have some that are toward the back that are further left than everybody, so I think we can probably get this captain and thinger without aggroing the rest. Yeah, I think we can basically clear subsections of this without needing to do like the really hardcore corner strats where we are like exposing ourselves and then hiding and then doing it again and then again. Basically not allowing the enemies to hit us. I don't think we need to do that in this case. Okay, swordsman. I'm gonna have to take a look at Komanaton's weapon as well. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how things are turning out. When we go back to Might and Magic 8, we are going to try to clear the Druid monolith again. Every time we go back to 8, it's monolith time, right? We need to go there and check whether it's feasible each time. My hope is that now that we have Komanaton managing our thinger, okay, that's a regenerator, and it's a regenerator that we can hit from a position of safety now. So, are you gonna start hitting me soon? You might be. If you start hitting me soon, like now's the time. If you start hitting me right now, I'm playing one-handed right now. I believe in you. Okay, well, you know, attempts were made. Unfortunately, not good enough, I don't think. You know, I let it not be said that I didn't give them a chance. Yes. That was syntactic.
Yes.
Perfect. Ba-da-bum. Alright, we have somebody coming up behind us, which is fun and exciting. And we can't, I don't think, handle this whole pack like this. Ooh, there's a Leech and Plague Bomb? Can I see some Leech damage? I don't think so. I'm misreading something that happened. Oh, you're poisoned! That's what happened. Okie dokie. That checks out. That checks out. Oh, and your vet. Oh, okay. Yeah, that really checks out, actually. Getting envenomed is kind of a big deal. Just a bit. But yeah, we're almost to the point where we'll have an actual lifesteal weapon in Severia. It's not a great one. It's like a pretty weak weapon overall. It does have like the highest base damage of any dagger in vanilla, but it's by a pretty marginal amount. But oh, this is a captain. Gotcha. Oh no! Is that enough to deal damage through distance? Whoa! That changes things a bit. Let's cool out. Alright, you just got the poison. Alright, so we should be in the clear here. Okay. Got another ring. Got a large barrel. We're almost to 65%. Okay, so Cortal's shared life heals for basically nothing. That's pretty funny. So Cortal is not currently investing into any of the self magics and will not be investing in the self magics. The intention eventually is for, I believe, all of my healing to come from regeneration, lifesteal, and Sortira sharing the HP around with the other characters. I think that's my goal with this setup. I think that is going to work pretty well. Oh, hello, I forgot that you guys spawned. And aside from that, what else do we have in play here? We have quite a few of them. So the captain we can burn down on its own. We should probably cast.
Let's fight.
Okay, we're gonna have to save between pulls. I don't have propagation of. Oh god, I actually. Ooh, this is so much progress lost. We're gonna just stand over here. We put this on double speed. Hopefully we don't get punished for that. We might get punished for it just by virtue of the fact that I don't have this there, but I think we're fine. The master swordsman here can't even hit us right now. I don't know how many things in here are going to be able to proc definitely. But we have a lot of saves. No, we can't. So we're just going to aggro these. Or pull this pack over here. I think I can clear this out without needing to rely on nothing in particular. Okay. So we aggro these. I am going to clear out this this section first. We're not switching to double speed. Doing positioning is a little harder on double speed because I don't have the muscle memory for it. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and double speed from here. I think there's few enough in play that I should be able to. Can I just burn you down without worrying about it? I think we're probably fine with this, as long as it doesn't have instant death as a proc, which we don't know for sure. Okay. Alright. Guards down. Clearing out the dual captains here. We can do this on double speed. Okay. Go to normal speed. Are you... Oh, no green here. But it's not. Oh, wow, we have to go so far away. Jesus. Alright, well, since we're already here, we're going to save over here, but... Goddamn. Okay. Save under dungeon again. And we're going to go ahead and cure that disease. Okay. Next is this room. We'll just pull them into this corner, I believe. So we're going to have to deal with this room, and then, like, a little bit more. Oh, right, we have the Venice Captain here. The Venice. Play with yeah, I should not have this. Man, I'm going to be curious to see how our damage is on Ulrun, because the one thing that I'm curious about is whether the spear is really going to be a viable use case without using it on because knights have like GM Arms Master, and there's some unique artifacts that they get access to that give them huge boosts to their Arms Master skill as well. So I'm curious if Master Arms Master is sufficient to allow me to maintain decent amounts of damage over just using a two-hander. It might actually end up being that if I'm gonna get the job done, I'm gonna probably have the double up, because two two-handers is pretty clutch. The debuff is very good for long fights. It is pretty good for even shorter fights. But the question is whether it's good enough to justify over the thing. My guess is that we're going to be dealing enough damage with the other party members that it's going to be very reasonable to
it's useless.
Use the thing. Certainly right now, Ulrun isn't really doing that much damage relative to the other party members, but also, like, Ulrun would be doing a lot more damage relative to the other party members if I was equipping the thing that gives a plus 78% increase to damage dealt, you know? So we know for a fact that some of the enemies in this pack have instant death. So what we're going to do
No match for me.
is try to fight in the corner, and we'll clear out the ones that leak, but our goal is to not get hit. We're not going to invite the enemies to just beat on us the way that we normally would. So if we can hit someone from here, hit someone from here, hit someone from here, okay. As they become available to hit from the corner, it's actually critically important that I do, because otherwise they will start leaking. Right, so like right now, if I kept hitting that thing, it would eventually get out of the corner. So getting a couple of hits periodically just to check to make sure that we're not... so this might be the captain that had death. Okay, that lieutenant was hitting me. Nope. This is leaked. Okay, we're fine. There's one more captain here. That's very scary. I don't like this setup right now. This thing's so far away. I hope this isn't the captain that has death, because this is a very bad setup here. I'm not even hitting it very hard. They have pretty good resistance. I am concerned about fighting here, because I don't really have much of a visual cue. It'd be really easy to get myself hit here. But I'm more concerned about moving away than I am fighting them. Okay. So we're going to clear this out.
Ow!
I want to clear out the entirety of this pack before I go back to normal. Basically, we're clearing out this entire pack, and then we're saving, and then we'll go back to normal strategies. So... spooky business. Let's go save. Okay, the death one was the one that was over here, it looks like. Yeah. So... I can save the game. We now have 11 food, so we have 5 more saves. And eventually we'll be able to protect ourselves from instant death, but it's going to be a while before we're able to meaningfully guard against it. Because we need it for every character.
Who needs it?
Hunting Bow of Ascension.
Let's leave it behind.
And, yeah. So we'll unfortunately just have to deal with needing to reload periodically until we get access to the thinger. Let's get a little budgie there. Did I forget to hit a switch? Is this already hit? I didn't say before I hit the switch in there, did I? I'm gonna go back to the other side and check if I forgot to click the switch before saving. Interesting. Oh, I saved before I clicked the switch. I opened... I didn't open the... oh, I saved without having...
Let's leave it behind.
done anything in this room.
There's no room.
Okay.
How? There's no room.
I can't carry anymore.
I haven't
Let's leave it
switched
behind.
compared to inventories either, because I did that on this chest, I think. Okay. Everything's fine. The barrels are empty, though.
We don't
so
need
there's that.
this.
Alright, mistakes were made. It's fine. We're gonna save this. So, we now have the little the dungeon itself to deal with. Once we've got that done,
That wasn't so bad.
okay. Okay. Let's see. Can we see from here? Yes, we can. Okay. It's one of the master's swords down. Should be fine, alright? I mean, we will be if we can actually hit this. There we go. Okay, there's only one master's. Right, there's two. Hopefully we don't die to an instant death effect. I don't like to sit behind corners for fights that I feel like we can handle, if I can avoid it. You know, I like to actually fight the battles as opposed to skipping them. I like to have that mixture, right, where it's like you have some fights that are way too hard to realistically be able to fight. Then you have the fights that you need to do some strategizing and, you know, get some mitigation by like getting a corner that's not like a perfect corner. A lot of what we've been doing here is imperfect corners where we're just limiting how many can target us at once, as opposed to, as an example, if I was over here and hiding behind the corner in a way that none of them could hit us, and then pulling out to do it. It's my preference to do a mixture of these strategies rather than just do everything one way. Diversity of experience there. Just burn through this. Okay. Alright, we cleared a bunch of these, but not all of them. So we have a couple of Master Swordsmen here. Some of these can hit us, but not all of them, I believe. And it looks like a pretty significant chunk of them, but I think we can't get hit by any of the other masters. So there was only 4 enemies that were arranged to hit us there. I mean, admittedly there were only 6 enemies in play, but that's beside the point. Alright, so... Store budge. So we tag this, that immediately unlocks all the doors. We probably should have done that from the, using telekinesis. So that we only got the enemies that were pre-aggroed, but that's fine. Clear this out.
match for me.
I think it was electric magic plus create water. I think that's what I did. I had a there's no like create air spell in D&D, and I had a scenario that involved like a full lockdown of a place, like a full quarantine lockdown where like nothing could escape. There was like air couldn't get out, right? And I was trying to figure out how to handle that because I had some characters that I wanted to be alive inside of it. And I ended up with a thing that I think is a very clever application of some like material science stuff with is it material science? I mean, it kind of, right? Water's material, right? That's not material science. But basically, just some basic chemistry stuff where it's like, okay, well, create water permanently creates water, right? It's not like temporary or anything like that. So if you use create water, you can create breathable air by applying electricity to it in the correct way to basically like separate the particles to create oxygen in the atmosphere. So these characters were using their spell slots to create water and then electrocute the water to get the oxygen out of it. There's a lot of fun. One issue with a lot of like the D&D style games is that they often have like notable holes in what magic can do that don't seem like those are holes that magic should have, right? Necessarily. It's like it feels like there should be a solution to this problem with magic, right? Because you can solve similarly challenging problems and similar types of challenges with magic, right? And figuring out like how to so what does this do? I don't remember what all these levers even do, honestly. So that both of these do the same thing, it looks like. So if we do this, we can hit this lever now. And then we wait. That's not a rat. It doesn't look remotely like a rat. This one got rat, man. Okay, this time it didn't even spawn a rat. I don't remember how many get spawned outside this door. Not that many. Okay, 3 soldiers. Okay, no problem. Okay, so we can pop out of here. Oh, some more spawned over here. So that's cool. Okay, so there are other spawns. Just there. Clear those out. We have one more save available. Am I in the green here still? Yes. So presumably there aren't any more spawns that I need to worry about. We're going to go up here. We're going to pop over to here. And we're going to aggro way more than I should have aggroed. But that's fine. Okay. We can hit some of them from here. Presumably we can hit at least the bulk of the enemies that are currently hitting us from here. It looks like they're all able to hit us from here. So we need to pull back into cover and hopefully be able to get a smaller subsection of them. Ooh, that's concerning. They're hitting us before we can hit them. Might want rather than doing this, I'm actually going to rotate and split the pack into more manageable chunks. There we go. This is a more manageable group, at least it is temporarily. But it only needs to be temporarily. These are fairly low-level enemies, so getting like a couple of them down quickly, it makes a pretty massive difference in your overall viability of clearing the pack. So we should be mostly fine. If we run into a problem, I can always run away. There we go. So, we've cleared this dungeon of everything except for a couple enemies that have wandered in random directions. I don't know if there's any bosses left. My guess is probably not. Probably not. But there might be. There's probably more enemies in this room, right? Oh, there's not even any more enemies in this room. So, looks like we are fully done with this dungeon. Perfect. So, I can open this chest. This is Mordred. It is a tiny, but existent DPS upgrade for Sortira. Or not Sortira, for Severia. So that's pretty cool. I wasn't expecting it to be an actual DPS upgrade. We are going to go to the east side of here again. Let's see. I don't think that Mordred does a lot of damage, so it, like, compared to, like, a actually damage enchanted weapon, so it gives you an idea of just how garbage our current weapon set is. So, this, my... Yeah, so we replace our main hand with this. We do have Of the Dragon in play, which is nice. But yeah, Mordred gives us access to some proper lifesteal. And we can save this under test. And go to turn in with you. Okay. So, 112 more experience for 115. So how are we doing? We got another Lich Bow. We found quite a few of those. This is increased weapon speed.
Very weak.
Boring, 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 boring. We have another focal ring, so we did not need
Let's leave it behind.
to waste one of our things on that focal ring that we picked up earlier.
Excellent.
So that's cool for us. Let's see here. No way to get that back, unfortunately.
We don't need this.
Let's see. Okay, so we have this legendary halberd. We have Corsair, which gives... Oh, Corsair gives disarm skill. Do you have the
It's
skill?
of no use to me.
That's too bad. It would be nice to be able to equip that just to get myself the identify skill, identify that focal ring that we picked up. Let's see here. It would be very funny if that focal ring was also a legendary. Not super likely, but it would be really funny. Anything else that we need to do right now? Yes, let's take a look at our EXP. So we're at 38.6. So we are going to Might Magic 8 before we come back here. By just like the skin of our teeth. Which is fine. Doesn't really make a huge difference, I don't think. So let's see. It is 12:05, so I do kind of need to go quickly with whatever it is that we're going to do. I actually have it of Darkness Potion. So I have one that I could turn in. Doesn't help too much. Next on our agenda is going to 7 and completing the Initiate quest. So, I don't remember off... Wait, I don't even need to teleport to here. I can just teleport straight to the barrow. So we can go straight to barrow 4. And I am going to guess this.
Looks like this one's all right.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect. Let me guess this. That's also incorrect. I'm going to guess this. This is also incorrect. Wait, we're in barrow 4? What barrow are we in? Oh, we're in barrow 4. I thought we were in barrow 6. Okay, we need to get to barrow 6, I think. Is it? No, 4 or 6, right? 6 is the one that... Yeah, so it should be... There we go. So it's the only one that I didn't try. Okay, I don't know how effectively we can handle this now, but it seems like more effectively than you'd expect. Okay. Kind of killing it now. Oh, you know why? Because they're confused and they can't actually approach me. Okay, that explains it. I was like, how is it that these things are not hitting me? And then I'm like, wait a second, they're not attacking me. Yeah, that checks out. Alright, that's weird. I have no idea what's going on with these, but I'm not going to worry about it too much. So, entry to this is fairly safe. And we will be able to turn in the initiate quest here. That's a leech. Ooh, we have a leech here. I don't like it. Not a big fan of having a leech on us. If we go back here, do they get stuck? It looks like they do get stuck here pretty consistently. We do still have to deal with the leech effect. I don't know if we can handle this without going down. But that being said, Commonaton's still staying up. I think we might be okay. Okay. You know? This is gonna go fine, actually. We are losing HP on Commonaton, but the boss is dying faster than we're losing HP on Commonaton. So as long as the setup works, we're all good. Okay, there we go. Pop that shared life. We got another dagger. Imagine if that's a dagger of darkness. Imagine if it's a legendary dagger. I think it would be very funny to find a darkness dagger right after finally picking up Mordred. I think that'd be very funny. Let's see here. We're not going to turn in until we've cleared all the enemies in there. I do have to be a little concerned about instant death. I can't save. Even with that, I don't think I can save. I think if I leave... actually, wait, I could, because I could just teleport out. I can now teleport out of here. I think if I walk out the
Let's leave it
door,
behind.
I end up going to 6. I think I end up going to Barrow 6 if I do that. I could be wrong. So if I go to Barrow 6 when I leave, then that's obviously not going to work. It looks like we might have cleared the only boss in here, so I think we're good to go now. We just need to clear through the rest of these. Except not, apparently. Where the hell are the items?
We don't need this.
Oh, there's another. Turns out there are not 3 cardinal directions. There are, in fact, 4 cardinal directions. Why is a cardinal called a cardinal?
Got it.
Okay, got dungeon complete, got 100%. We should be golden. So, we can cure the disease. We can cure the curse. Cure another disease. Okay. And... perfect. So, we've cleared this quest, and now we are ready to go to the next area. So, when we come back to 7, we will be... wait, really? Okay, never mind. So, that quest was worth not a lot of experience, apparently. Interesting. So, with that being the case, we need to figure out the pathing here. So we can beacon back to Barrow 4. We can't save, but we did just get a save from that. So, and Magic 7 Barrow map. Got this. So we're trying to get to Barrow 2. We are currently in the tomb. Going to 6 doesn't help us. Let's see. So if we get a 1, does 1 get us to 2? It does not. Does 11 get us to 2? 11 does get us to 2. So if we take... where are we right now? We're currently in Barrow 4. Right, we're in Barrow 4. I don't know what I was looking at the wrong thing just now. Okay, so 12 doesn't get us to 2. 15 doesn't get us to 2. 3 does not get us to 2. So if we can get to 10, we can get to 2, right? No, that's 14. Let's see. We get to 10, we get to 3. That doesn't help us any. Have we done 3? Did we start at 10? There we go. 10, 3, 4? Is 10, 3, 4 how we did it? I think so, right? So we're currently in Barrow 4, so I think 3 is a Barrow that we've already done. So from Barrow 4, we can get to Barrow 3. Is this... yes, this is the one that we've cleared already. So Barrow 3, we can get to 10, which I believe is also where we already were. But if we go to 3, then we get to 10. How does that help us? I guess this is 7. 7 doesn't... where am I... 12 that I need to get to. 12 doesn't get us where we need to be. 8. I don't know how I keep messing. Like, I'm looking at this thing and completely misreading it every time that I'm looking at it. It's very funny. Like, I keep having a pathway and then I look and I go, wait, no, that path doesn't work. Why did I think that would work? We need to get to 10. So, no, 3 does get us to 10. No, that's 14. Okay, because it says key in 10, right? And then that right below that is 14, because like they have the labels that show the thing underneath instead of on top, but not consistently. So, 13 would get us there. How can we get to 13? From 3, we have 8, 4, 12. Is the most coherent way to get there to go to 9, 5, 2? Is that just the way to do it? Do we not have a more efficient strategy than going through 5? If we make the assumption 13 connects to 2, and we don't have any other ones done there, so I think 952 might actually still be the thing. Unless 6 connects to 2, which I don't think it does, right? I don't think 6 connects to 2. 6 doesn't connect to 2. Okay, so weirdly, I think we're going to 9, so we need to get back to 10 first so that we can leave. Is this thing here? Yes. Then from here we leave, and then we can fly to... we're actually going to fly to the city. Give me a second. I need to pull chat back up. Okay. So we're going to fly back to the city. We're going to do 2 things. We're going to do both of them in the inn. I don't think that I did... I don't think I played Archomage here, right? So we're going to play Archomage before I forget, and we are going to buy food.
Come in, drink. Come in, drink.
Did I already beat you, actually? I don't think so. I don't think I did this. Not on this run. So... this is a run where a resource victory is tempting, but the resource victory takes like an enormous amount of resources. So I think it's pretty much just a tower rush. Because, like, how else are you gonna get the job done, right? I'm gonna basically sit on my wall. I'm not going to spend anything to increase my wall unless it's also increasing my tower or has some other utility like play again. I guess I'm not going to get play again out of it. We're going to get rid of Moody Goblins. We're going to work off of the assumption that the more cards of like a given type you have, the more likely you are to get that type. So I'm going to toss the Goblin Mob. We just don't want any green cards in our hand if possible. And I lose gems from that if I do that. Do I want to just pump the diamond immediately? 'Cause I think I might only need like 100 or something, which is a really tiny amount. We're gonna get rid of the Spizzer. Spizzer's pretty much completely irrelevant. Get rid of the dwarves. This gives us play again. That gives us a Dragon Eye. Dragon Eye isn't quite lethal on its own, but it's pretty close. We can make everybody lose bricks if we want. I'm going to Strip Mine, because that gives me gems. Toss the sheep. Toss the ogre. Little snakes we use. That's unfortunate. Damage to the tower is great. It's really great when they tag themselves for that much damage. We got to play again. Let's go. We've got a dragon. Might as well. 0 their gems. Let's see. -1 magic, but 9 damage to enemy tower is a good thing to hold on to. I can just use a brick shortage, because we aren't going to win a resource victory. Thank you for using that switch, friend. That's actually very convenient. Here's copying the tech. And... -1 enemy query. So actually we could hypothetically win a resource victory off of this. But we basically are just waiting for some good tower boosts. Using that parity to zero out your thing is probably good for me. I'm going to toss the dwarves again. Okay, we got focused designs in play. We need 2 more for Lodestone to finish us, so unless they do anything to stop us, the Lodestone gets us the victory. And we did hear a money cha-ching sound, so I believe that we had not completed it. I believe that I was correct. So, we can leave Stone City, and let me just confirm one more time that I do in fact have the least amount of experience here, and that is true. So, we're going to go over to here, because I think the top left and the bottom center were the same entrance. We're going to pop over here. And see what's up. New place. This is Barrow 9. Barrow 9 the one that I wanted? Yes, right?
No match for me.
So we're clearing out Barrow 9. Should be fairly simple. Okay. This will be barely an inconvenience. And once we've cleared this out, we can move on to
But a scratch.
looting the joint.
Let's leave it behind. We don't need this.
Magic, get a barrow key. So we'll have 2 of the map sequences unlocked once we've done this. The other thing is that, funnily enough, clearing this, I think is going to put us to a high enough amount of experience that we have to leave immediately, right? No, it doesn't. We were 0.1 and 0.5. So yeah, no. We're all set. We've cleared this. We can loot all of this.
Very weak as
You. I'm looking forward to getting our legendary plate in play. I think that's going to be fun. Alright, these are all... Alright, we're going to save it up. We're going to figure out which inventory has our key. That's the first inventory. So, we're saving under danger because I don't remember the exact path. I think it was 5 next, right? So 5 goes to 2. So yes, 5 and then 2. So this is inventory 5, or this is inventory. This is Barrow 5. This is a bit of an issue, actually. Only a bit of an issue. We should be fine. We should be fine. No problem. No problem. I think we can handle Barrow 5. Invis and pop in here. I'm not going to try to do this without Invis, because without Invis I think that it'll require some energy. So, the deeper we go, the more enemies we spawn in total. This is actually a very densely packed dungeon. Whoopsies. I am... Ooh, if I could get to that corner, that would be pretty solid. Okay, I think we're... We now know where we need to get to, I think. So, cast Invis again. Pop over here. So, this part is fairly simple. This part is fairly simple. Right at this point is where things get a bit dicey. So, from here, we're going to see if we can handle the enemies that attack us from this location, which may not be the case. We can't actually handle this pack. That is so many enemies. Can we handle them if we
Let's go in.
simply go in here? Alright, this is not going to be... This is not going to be good enough. Unless it is. There's a leech in play, I think. That might be an issue. Barrow 5
Looks like this one's alright.
is going to cause some issues for us here. That's very concerning. There's a puller and a swapper in play right now. Love it. Love to see it. It's there. Ooh, maybe I can get up there. Maybe we can get up there, actually. Alright, we're going to cast Invis.
What lies ahead?
Can I simply get close enough to the ceiling that they can't hit me? I am gonna slip down over time, question mark? I am slowly slipping down. The leech is definitely going to cause problems for us in this. Luckily, we are hitting it, at least. If we can burn through the leech in time, which, no guarantee, but it's a possibility, then we should be fine here. On the plus side, they're not really high level, so the leech is probably fairly manageable. Like, burning through its HP bar shouldn't take that long, you know what I mean? Is this the leech? It is. The leech is dead. I'm pretty sure I just tagged the leech's remaining HP bar. So, with the leech down, we will only take damage if we start falling down too far. We take considerable damage when we do, but none of these enemies are particularly strong, so as long as we can avoid getting the entire swarm on us at once, we should be mostly fine. Should be mostly fine. The biggest concern is that I'm going to slip up when I'm going back up and just walk off the edge into the awaiting pile of... That's like the biggest concern. What I'm going to want to do eventually is transition from the position that I'm in right now to... I'm actually doing this incorrectly right now. I should be turning right and left. Because I want to clear up the... I want to clear up the right side here as much as possible, and basically just jump down there, because I might be able to just sit on that side, and all the enemies that are on the other side are potentially going to be unable to hit me if I'm there. So, there are a lot of enemies in play here, though, so... And I think there's fewer of them on my right side here, but there's a lot of top-tier zombies over here. So, we are whittling them down. They're meandering quite a bit. I think we're pretty much golden here. currently getting hit by the enemies on both sides. I'm going to drop down and see if I can... I guess I won't see. Basically, it already killed them all. There's a thorn zombie here. But yes, from this position, we can basically just beat on them at no risk, it looks like. We can certainly hit the thorn zombie from here. So, I believe with this, we should be golden, unless there's another leech in play. I think what we're going to do is we're going to clear the this pack. Well, you are really out on this side. From here, we can comfortably tag them. I was expecting to be able to see the thorn zombie like above the thing, but I couldn't even see it from up there. I'm not going to come around the corner at these because I want to not risk getting instigated by an instant death effect, which I don't think will come into play here. These are fairly low-level enemies, and I do think that level impacts the kinds of procs they can get. But we've now cleared the majority of this place.
It's useless.
Both in the sense of we've done most of the work that we need to do, but also in the sense that we literally have cleared more than 50% of the enemy. We have cleared a majority of them in both senses. So, we can get Cure Disease out to everybody before we save, and then we are going to save under Dungeon. And we are going to pull the next piece to this pile, and then we're going to loot the whole pile once we've cleared every enemy. So basically every enemy is going to be standing somewhere around this pile. We've now saved, so I'm not as concerned about getting an instant death proc or something like that. If it happens, it happens. It's not a huge concern. Okay, we've got close to 65% now. And I'm going to go ahead and aggro you. We will pull you onto the pile. You will join the pile of bodies. Yes. Yes, yes. Right there, right there. That's where you die. We're not the baddies. I don't know what you're talking about. That wasn't an incredibly ominous and disturbing thing to say. Not to say, to sing.
Ow.
Okay. It's got like nursery rhyme lyrics to or was nursery rhyme like a vibe to the lyrics about murder? Anyway, creating a pile of corpses. Definitely. Really good ones.
Just but a scratch.
Okie dokie. Clear you out. Clear you. Next, we've got a few more here. Got a few more here. Next, pull you.
Ow!
I'm honestly tempted to just pull the entire rest of the pack all at once. And you know what? Let's do it. We're just going to pull the entire pack. Whoop! Wait, there's not that many left. So we should be able to use the corner here to slow down the rate at which they jump on me. And this is actually working better than I expected because they tend to get stuck in this other room. Like, I wasn't expecting them to get stuck in the other room, I was just expecting them to get stuck on the wall here. So, with them getting stuck on the wall and the other room, that leads to a very smooth
We got it!
setup here. So many enemies, this is great. So, have we only seen one boss in here? Did we have just the Leech? There were 2 bosses? Like, are we is that last one in there a boss or something? This is the boss. It's the last one in the dungeon. So, you can tell it's the last one in the dungeon because the thing goes green when it gets stunned. Alright, so we have piled every enemy into a nice little pile here.
We don't need this.
That's what we like to call efficiency. And move over here. Grab all of the random loot that isn't on the bodies. And then we can just swap to new inventories with everybody. Get ourselves nice and fresh to acquire some shiny, shiny stuff. Not a lot of loot in play, considering the number of bodies. There we go. Cool beans. So we can go ahead and cure the disease. I presume that we're now gonna have to leave. Like, that had to be worth enough, right? Yeah, that is worth enough that Might and Magic 7 is now the highest of the 3. We're at 1238. Let's take a look at our inventories.
This will do.
So we got some boots. We got a staff.
This will do.
Got this. Nothing super. Yeah, this is not a lot of loot considering the number of bodies that were all in that pile. Alright, well, nothing super interesting dropped there. However, we do have access to 2, so that's not the spell that I wanted. We wanted Lloyd's Beacon, and we're going to set a new beacon here because we're trying to get to 2 now. So, let's see. Next on our agenda is going back to, what, 8? Is it 8 next? Terrifying. Okay, so 8 is next. That's not great for me. The fact that 8 is the next place that we're going means that we're going to have to deal with the druids again. Hopefully we have an okay time there. At the very least, we should be able to cast Invis a bunch of times. Like, we actually have mana to play with now. We're not, like, getting drip-fed mana by whatever bug was resulting in it still giving me mana. So what do we want to do now? I think we're gonna just... I think we'll just pop over to Castle Harmondale. And I think what we're going to do is we have plenty of inventory space and stuff like that. You know what? We might want to take a look at our rings. Do we have any really garbage rings on anybody? Like, this is of Doom, this is of Doom, this is all stats, this is Endurance and Might in small quantities, a little bit of spell points. It's not amazing, but it's fine. You have Poison and Weakness immunity, which is actually pretty good. especially on my tank. This is horrifyingly bad. This is pretty bad. This is meh, but it does have the of Doom effect. So, do we have any crazy looking rings just right off the bat that we can equip? Like, this is a huge upgrade over this, I believe. Yeah. Like, this is a sizable upgrade on the ease. Anything else that we need immediately? This gives elemental resistance, so I can probably hold on to this, even though the air resistance is unnecessary and the might is low. Any other things? We have 22 speed and accuracy and +3 arms master on this. This is probably an upgrade to one of these things. Water resistance, might and endurance, HP speed, speed accuracy, and a tiny bit of water resistance. Let's go and just slap this on. Yeah, this is... Yes, so this has more speed and accuracy, and then it has more speed, and then it has arms master. Okay, that's fine. You have fire on this. We're going to want to replace that eventually. You have... Your chest should actually be replaced eventually. The thing is that I might end up getting other things. I don't want to rewire a thing like that immediately. Because I'm worried that I'm going to get it replaced with something with a better affix that I want. So I'm not going to worry too much about that for right this moment. How are we on necklaces? This has a Doom on it and okay stats. This is all stats and a bit of personality and accuracy. This is pretty mediocre. I can replace this pretty easily probably. We have this, which is pretty nice. We have this, which you pretty objectively... maybe not. There's no air resistance. So this is got good stats on it at least. This has pretty decent stats on it. Anything else that's really, really bad? Nothing that's really like standout obvious garbage. So that's convenient at least. And we can probably do quite a bit of inventory upgrading of stuff. Like, we're 112 now. So let's
There's no room left.
find our control cubes. There's one. So get this up to 105. So that's a sizable increase. Interestingly enough, Sortira now has more DPS than Kumonatan. That's unusual. Wait, you don't have lifesteal. Why were you... So you don't have lifesteal at all? I thought you had a lifesteal weapon. Oh, shit. You know, that's pretty fucking impressive, actually. That's actually quite impressive. If Kumonatan doesn't have... Huh. Interesting. Interesting. So, would I want to use a thing to yoink the immunity to all status effects onto a ring? Do I have a ring? I need to figure out what stats I want to put on my rings. It's tempting to put, like, skills onto them. But I don't know if you get the plus 20% with a skill item. I'm probably going to be using Hands of the Master eventually. So I'll have to play it by ear. Do we have a thing that should obviously become legendary? That's the thing, right? I don't know what stats I want on rings. It's obviously tempting to put resistances on a ring, except for the fact that because of the way the system works, I don't want resists on rings because the rings have lower stats on them. So it would be preferable to get those kinds of stats onto like chest and stuff like that. I could try I don't want to make status immunity plate though. The status immunity should be on a ring. That's pretty explicit. A status immunity should be on rings. If I can get it onto a ring, that's best case scenario. But that being the case, it would be really nice to have some legendary plate. But no, I think it's a waste to put these affixes onto to use these oracle orbs on plate. I don't think that that's a worthwhile usage of it. I want to get this onto probably a ring. Gauntlets is not really necessary. We have way too many gauntlets already. It should be a ring. But what stats do I put on a ring? I don't think I want to put endurance in play. One thing that I could do is I could make a status immunity Doom ring with double hit points and have that be the expected item that everyone's going to be using eventually. That would mean that I'll need to rewire this thing eventually. That would be something that I would probably need to do eventually. But that's not a huge issue to have to rewire this eventually. It wouldn't even necessarily be a high priority because I would need to be able to copy that thing 1 billion times. And I don't need to copy it 1 billion times necessarily even. Do we have a dual HB ring? Because I think that actually might be the play. Is I have one item that I can feel very confident copying because I'm never going to scale out of it. I'm always going to want one HB item on each character. I have a random legendary divine sparkling ring here that I've apparently identified in the past. Right? I have to have identified. I didn't get the or anything like that. This has Endurance of Doom. Okay. We're actually rolling in fucking legendary rings right now. We have of the dragon on our offhand, so this ring is actually a really big upgrade for us. Our int and personality are both garbage compared to our might. So our might will now scale the damage on this ring. So 165 to 331. So yeah, that's a 50% increase in the power of the enchant itself. That's a huge fucking upgrade, actually. Well, it's a good thing that I randomly was looking through my inventory
This is
to identify what shit I have just sitting around, looking at all my rings. So this now actually does more damage than Mordred does, because now the thing on this is scaling. But we're not swapping because Mordred has the thinger. Do we have any rings that are dual HB? This is actually really solid.
If our fit, there's no room left.
Let's see here. This is Okay, this is of the gods. It's got mostly garbage for the other stats, but it's got some cool components to it. Because, yeah, if I could get a double HB ring, I think that would be the play. Double HB and either of Doom or all stats. I don't really care. Which is what I would like to see for a thing that I would just slap a legendary effect on and not feel like I'm ever going to like feel bad about having done that. We're never gonna fill all of our ring slots with legendaries. So I do feel like that is the play, and I want to get it done sooner rather than later if possible. But it doesn't look like we have what I want on hand. I don't see anything that I can easily convert into that either. Like, I'm going to need to purge an effect at the very least. This is of Doom. Water resistance and might is not a combination I want, though. So 12:52. We have 8 minutes. Might make sense to do it on a necklace, but I don't want to do it on a necklace because a necklace is not going to accomplish my objectives. I want it to be something where I'm never going to grow out of this item. Because there will always be the ability to just equip this on somebody. This is endurance and hit points, which isn't terrible, but I don't want it. I'm going to be getting a lot more endurance naturally than I'm going to be getting hit points. They both come with the of Doom stuff, but I'm also not sure that I'm going to be sticking to of Doom for every character at all times, as opposed to the of the gods. So definitely don't need immunity on my immunity legendary. So yeah, I feel like the only way that this would do what we want is if I did significant rewriting of some of these items, which I would prefer not to have to do. Like, if I even had just an item that's just plus HB on its own and gives me nothing else, that would actually be a pretty suitable item to work with, because I can just pump the HB value up a bit.
I don't know.
Oh, we have this. This is unidentified still. Let's make it happen. We need to equip a thing that gives me identify. And do I have any items that give me identify skill just sitting in my inventory still? This is HB and speed. And we were looking for identify item. I was not actually looking for it while I was going through here. We only need one more type of cheese, which I think is in Ravage Roaming. So boost all stats. Repair skill +5. Interesting. I didn't know there were items for repair skill. Endurance, water, unarmed. This has just HP, except it is also identifying, so. Alright, so which inventory is our focal ring in? Is it not even in your inventory at all? Of course it's not.
Ah, nice.
So this is an ancient focal ring of water magic. Doesn't really accomplish any of our objectives, unfortunately. I was hopeful that this would be like, oh, this is the double HP item I wanted. No such luck. So, unfortunately, because I'm being a bit picky with what I want to do for itemization, we're struggling to... oops, I don't need this saved under dungeon, this saved under test. I'm not really getting through the... I have like a lot of crafting materials, and I think I might need to track down an item to put this effect on. Double HP makes sense. So what other stat block? I guess everyone can use might. Not everybody necessarily gets a huge amount of value out of it, but at least 4 of my characters care about might. Everybody cares about speed. So, like, speed is useful for everybody. Let's see what kind of doom should I have right now. This is might and accuracy. Accuracy is kind of a less relevant thing. We can't do it on an arms master item. Luck and endurance. It is tempting to put it on like a luck item. I'm probably going to have less luck than I usually do in this playthrough. And like, actually more importantly, I have multiple copies of the crit thing. I have a ring and a gauntlet of this. So luck stacking is very viable. Okay, we have this, which is not what we're looking for. I have some... This has HP and speed. I'm gonna do it off of this ring. This blessed ring of speed. We're gonna make this blessed ring of speed into a legendary. I think that's how we're gonna handle this. Save this under test. We're gonna save this under danger. We're gonna save it under test again. We're gonna save it under danger. We're gonna save this under pre-druid again, and we have a gong to play. I think that HP and speed, 1 copy of HP and 1 copy of speed can be used on basically any character without concern. So what we're looking to do here is pump this item enough. Let's find our crafting inventory. I don't know where most of our crafting is. It on? It's like in your inventory somewhere, right? No. Your inventory. Okay, so we have a shit ton of crafting materials here. Drop this over here. Okay, so our goal right now is to get either of Doom or of the Gods as the final affix on this. I'm actually pretty happy with either, honestly. So those 2 are done. We'll see if we can get either affix onto this any day now. Okay, that's a concern. We have more powerful crafting items than that. I believe we have crafting rubies. The crafting rubies aren't what we need. We need something in between a crafting amber and a crafting ruby. Which is what? Purple topaz. That's of Doom. Perfect. So we now add the of Doom effect. So we now have an HB plus 196 and plus 45 speed and plus $10 stats ring. We then take that ring, save this under test. This immunity to all status effects gets yoinked off of this. So this is no longer legendary. And we apply this to this ring, which now gives us plus $10 stats, 196 HP, and immunity to all status effects from monsters. We then are going to go over to you and say, hello, hardened item potion that I have I pre-crafted this? Did I make this? It requires 20 power to work. So I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to drop this because I don't know if I made it or not. And it doesn't really make a difference, but it's a vibes thing. Okay, so these are all crafting materials. Oh, we have so many crafting materials here. Okay, perfect. So there we go. We have a yellow potion. We have 2 green potions. We
Great,
are
now
going
we
to
can use
need to use a catalyst here.
Great, now we can use it. Great, now we can use
So
it.
this requires 20 power to work. Slap this onto our legendary ring of status effect immunities. So an enemy can no longer break this ring and then trigger instant death. Right? If we're fighting a pack of enemies, whoever's got this on is fully immune to all status effects. They cannot have this ring just broken in order to cancel it out. So, can we use... Yes, we can use lower tier things on this now. So let's go ahead and do this and this. Then who is it that has all this? Let's move these. Move this to here. And then we were on these, right? Okay, we finished with this. We're going to do purple topaz. I'm fairly comfortable with this setup. We are going to go to crafting rubies. Do we want to do crafting rubies? We're not copying this immediately, so I don't know that we need to go all the way to crafting rubies, because we're not copying it. This is going to give a pretty big power boost to whoever we give it to. And I think we're just going to give it to Komanatin, maybe? Because this prevents us from getting insta-gibbed on Komanatin. And we can just remove this poison and weakness immunity and replace it with this. So Komanatin is now immune to all status effects, which means that we cannot have our preservation dropped by unconsciousness or sleep or instant death, which that has other problems because the rest of the party can still be can still be dead. But it's a 1 in 5 chance that we don't have an instant death effect go off, and that's good. So, but yeah, the sleep immunity and the unconsciousness immunity are both very, very, very powerful effects to have on the character who's maintaining the preservation. And let's see here. Anything else that we need to do? No, because it's 105. So we're going to end things here for today. We have now done the first of many crafting things that we're going to need to do eventually. I think we might do a little bit more crafting at the start of next stream, because we're now in a position where we should be able to do at least some of the crafting that we intend to get done. And we need to do this druid thing earlier rather than later. I don't want to have to keep skipping it. Every time we have to skip it and wait until we do another round, it hurts my soul. So if I go in there in a weak position and don't do everything I can in advance to allow me to succeed in there, I feel like if I fail to complete it, I am undermining the integrity of the run in a way that doesn't happen if I go in and struggle through something that I didn't have to struggle through, but succeed anyway, right? Like, if I'm undermining myself, I really only want to undermine myself if I'm going to be able to still clear it. Because otherwise I'm going to have to just go, well, I guess I can't do this right now. It's like, well, you could have if you had set up correctly. So I think tomorrow morning we are going to... It is Wednesday. Tomorrow morning we are going to set things up correctly, get ourselves in a good position, all that jazz. Once we've done that, we can then go into the Druid stronghold in as strong a position as we can. Hopefully it's enough. I feel like there's a decent chance that it will be. Our Preservation caster is now going to have, instead of like 2,500 HP, which they had last time, 5,200 HP and regeneration. So hopefully it works out fine. So thank you for watching, and I hope to see you again tomorrow when we will hopefully be defeating this run's version of the Wasps. Later, folks.